direct and prosper proceedings to the peace and welfare of the people of Solomon Islands. We ask this in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Parliament is resumed.
Statement of government business for the week ending Friday, 21st June 2024.
Lord Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Statement of government business for the week ending Friday, 21st of June 2024. Monday, 17th June 2024. Number one, motions. Motion on the election of the Governor General. Number two, motions. Motion on Sine-Die by the Honourable Prime Minister that at the adjournment of Parliament on Monday, 17th June 2024, the present meeting shall be concluded and Parliament shall then stand adjourned Sine-Die. Motion of adjournment.
Election of Governor General.
Thank you, honourable members. The next item of business is the election of the Governor General. And as you would all recall, on Monday the 10th of June 2024, Parliament resolved to determine the next Governor General by way of an election in accordance with Standing Order 76. Pursuant to that resolution, nominations commenced to be lodged here on Wednesday, 12 June 2024 and closed at 4 p.m. Sunday, 16th, 2024. That was yesterday. At the close of nominations, a total of 4 nominations were received by the Office of the Clerk, and all 4 nominations were in respect of the same candidate. The nominators were the Member of Parliament for East Guadalcanal constituency, the Member of Parliament for East Malaita constituency, the Member of Parliament for South La Vela constituency, and the Member of Parliament for Savo Russell constituency, and nominated the Reverend David Tiva Kapu. There being no other candidate, I therefore declare Reverend David Tiva Kapu as to be the next Governor General. That then brings us to the conclusion of the election of the Governor General, and we shall now move on to the next item of business.
Motions.
Honourable members, having elected the next Governor General in accordance with Standing Order 76, subsection 27, section 27, subsection 1 of the Constitution requires an address by Parliament to the Head of State to convey through the Government House Parliament's choice for His Majesty's representative. The address usually would be by way of a substantive motion moved, debated and passed by Parliament. Like any other substantive motion, this requires 3 clear days' notice. However, the Prime Minister has sought my permission, my prior permission to move the motion without notice, instead in accordance with Standing Order 26(1). I have granted the permission on the grounds of public emergency, given that Parliament will adjourn Sine-Die today and in time for the Governor General-elect to take office on the 7th of July 2024. Honourable Prime Minister, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that an address in accordance with Section 27(1) of the Constitution be presented to His Majesty Charles III, by the grace of God, King of Solomon Islands and his realms and territories, Head of Commonwealth, as follows. We, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands, here assembled, wish to inform Your Majesty that following an election on Monday, 17 17 June 2024, Reverend David Tiva Kapu was elected by Parliament to be the next Governor General of Solomon Islands, and in accordance with Section 27(1) of the Constitution of Solomon Islands, 1978, humbly request Your Majesty to appoint the person so elected to the office of the Governor General of Solomon Islands at the expiry of the term of office of the incumbent Governor General.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, it's been moved by the Prime Minister that we, and I quote, we, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands here assembled, wish to inform Your Majesty that following an election on Monday, 17 June 2024, the Reverend David Tiva Kapu was elected by Parliament to be the next Governor General of Solomon Islands, and in accordance with Section 27(1) of the Constitution of Solomon Islands, 1978, I humbly request Your Majesty to appoint the person so elected to the office of the Governor General of Solomon Islands at the expiration of the term of office of the present incumbent Governor General. Are there any members who wish to comment on the motion before I put the question? Prime Minister, you were going to require to move a motion. You already moved a motion to the debate before I call on members to contribute to the motion on the declaration, on the proclamation. So that's in accordance with the Standing Order 76. Otherwise, I will call for your response. In fact, to your response to no other member has made a commitment, so I will therefore ask you to conclude the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first of all thank you for allowing me to move this motion without notice, which I've just done. The fact that no one has taken the floor to speak on the motion indicates that there is support for this important motion, and I thank the House for that support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, the question is that an address be presented to His Majesty King Charles III, by the grace of God, King of Solomon Islands and his realms and territories, head of the Commonwealth, as follows. We, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands, here assembled, wish to inform Your Majesty that following an election on Monday, 17 June 2024, Reverend David Tiva Kapu was elected by Parliament to be the next Governor General of Solomon Islands, and in accordance with Section 27(1) of the Constitution of Solomon Islands, humbly request Your Majesty to appoint the person so elected to the office of the Governor General of Solomon Islands at the expiration of the term of office of the incumbent Governor General. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the motion is therefore passed.
Motion number 2, motion of Sine-Die.
Honourable members, debate on the motion that Parliament stand adjourned Sine-Die concludes today. And I will allow a few short remarks or debates from members who wish to continue on the motion of Sine-Die before I ask the Prime Minister to wind up. Therefore, members are reminded to adhere to the rules of debate as set out in the standing orders. And may I also add here on that because of the scheduled launching of the induction at 3:30 this afternoon, I will ask those who wish to contribute to, as much as possible, not to prolong your contribution, as I wish to call on the Prime Minister to conclude his remarks on the resolution on the motion on the Sine-Die before we adjourn Parliament in time, and not to rush for the opening of the induction program this afternoon. So with those remarks, I just remind members again, please your indulgence to ensure that as much as possible you make a summary of your contribution to the motion by the Prime Minister on the Sine-Die motion. I now invite any members who wish to speak to the motion. Thank you. Let me give the floor first to the Honourable MP and Minister for Women, Youth and for MP for Watu. You have so, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak and contribute to the motion of Sine-Die moved by the Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to acknowledge our loving eternal God for his unending love, care and protection, and of course the opportunity he blessed us with as members of this 12th Parliament to lead our nation, Solomon Islands, for the next 4 years. Mr. Speaker, as a Parliament member for Temotu, Watu constituency and the Minister for Ministry of Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs, I would like to join other colleagues in congratulating you, on your re-election as the Honourable Speaker of this 12th Parliament. Your second term in office proves the wisdom you have and your leadership as Speaker in this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister, Jeremiah Manele, on taking up the call to lead this country as a Prime Minister and to lead the Government of National Unity and Transformation, GNAT, at a time where we know the challenges are and mostly mounting, and the economy is in need of regrowing. On this juncture, I would like to apologize to the Honourable Prime Minister for not taking part during the Prime Minister's election. The rough open oceans we have to encounter, the non-availability of transport we face with, and the reality of remoteness are just part of the problem that causes my absence. But I assure you of my support and remain steadfast to your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate all 50 members of this 12th Parliament for the trust and confidence that our people have bestowed upon us to lead them in the next 4 years. I believe, whatever roles and responsibilities that we have been called and appointed to serve, either as a minister of the ground or leading the official opposition or independent group or chairing various parliamentary and political government committees, we have been called to serve, and therefore let's make this country more prosperous. Mr. Speaker, we all have an equal role to play, no matter where we stand in this House. As the Minister of Ministry of Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs, I'm thanking the Honourable Prime Minister and the GNAT Coalition for giving me the opportunity to return to this portfolio. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there are overwhelming challenges women face when it comes to leadership. I'm happy and thankful that we are 3 in this 12th Parliament. On the outset, women have risen to assume leadership role in this both public and private sector, but still lacking behind on national and provincial political leadership. The Ministry of Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs have been supporting and taking the leading role to ensure that we recognize the challenges women face with and introduce initiatives that would make them become leaders at the provincial and national level. One of such initiatives is that proposed temporary special measures, TSM, to include in provincial elections. In saying this, Mr. Speaker, on various government legislative reforms that the Junot government is proposing, one that I'm looking forward to is the amendment on the Provincial Act and other related pieces of legislation where it can accommodate provisions on TSM. We believe that the Minister of Provincial will take it on board, the TSM prepared for the 2028 for including the provincial level. Mr. Speaker, amongst other things my ministry is advocating, there are a number of priorities that I'm looking forward to achieve. While time may not permit me to go through these priorities, the most important task is to prioritize our programs to fit in well to various economic measures now introduced by the government. We will surely collaborate with key stakeholders to ensure we advance government policies and programs. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make few acknowledgements. First, to my good people of Temotuvatu constituency. I would like to thank the chiefs, elders, and women and children, various community leaders, and all people of Temotuvatu constituency for their support. Thank you for the trust and for having the confidence in me to lead once more in the next 4 years. As your parliamentary representative, I'm looking forward to work with you and deliver the developmental needs of our constituency. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the DCGI government under the leadership of Honorable Manasseh Sokavare for the achievement made on many fronts and the support that rendered to Temotuvatu constituency. While the road we have traveled have been challenging, we made it to the end. Temotuvatu constituency have been benefiting from your leadership, your historic visit to the island of Tikopia, the health center being built in Tikopia, and other support rendered to us. Under the new Junot government, we are looking forward to put a mini hospital at Vanikoro. Because of remoteness, I believe this government, by me recognizing the call from our people, since the islands are separate, and as you may be aware that difficulty or side of transport continue. Mr. Speaker, on various legislative reforms achieved under the DCGA, I'm happy and salute DCGA for the CDF Act 2023 that I thank those who have working tirelessly to ensure it comes through. Whilst we are yet to fully implement it, my constituency will ensure to comply with the CDF Act and implement it accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I thank donors, Australia and New Zealand, for their unwavering support in making sure we have everything we need, as clearly illustrated in the conducting of successfully synchronized 2024 elections, free, fair, and peaceful. Mr. Speaker, as you are well aware, the challenges that each 50 constituency is facing varies greatly. The Temotuvatu constituency is very remote, and the challenges that we are facing are overwhelming. And the distance that non-regular shipping service meant that our people would continue to face the challenge. To address this plight, we need to achieve several things on which I wish to state in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, is on transporting. We have a vessel that is currently betting at one of the slipway. As much that we would like to refloat it, we still need the government support on this. We thank the government for the new Temotuvatu vessel that is bound to arrive soon, but it may not be able to carry as much passengers. Hence the need to refloat MV Vatu Star, as it will carry more passengers. We need to build also an airport at Vanikoro to make it more easier for us to connect to other islands. And on this front, we have already started our discussions with chiefs of Vanikoro, and in this process to include other key persons in the process. We'll work with relevant ministries and the government to ensure this will work out. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker said, our experience in the past 2 terms had shaped us for the better. I would like to assure my good people of the Motovatu constituency that we'll ensure we respond to the development needs of the constituency as decided and preferred by the people. At the national level, I would like to state here that the Motovatu constituency will always support the government on its endeavor to progress our beloved Solomon Islands. We have seen, and we will work to regain the trust from our people and looking forward to build this country for the better. With these few remarks, I support the motion. I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable MP for West Korai, have the floor, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing West Korai constituency parliament member. Me like for first thank him, God bless me, for his continuous blessings and protection, glory, praise and honor belongs to him and him alone. I rise to contribute briefly on the Sine-Die motion moved by the Prime Minister, for which I thank the Prime Minister. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, let me first congratulate you on your successful election and unopposed as Speaker to this Honorable House. I have full confidence in your ability, Mr. Speaker, given your previous appointment not only as the Speaker of the 11th Parliament, but also as a former honorable member of this House. This experience equipped you well in the discharge of your constitutional duties to this House. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister on his successful election as the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the numerical support given by a member of this Honorable House should give you the confidence to lead our executive arm of government. It is true to say, Mr. Speaker, that a Prime Minister must act on the collective thinking and decisions of the Cabinet. Sometimes, the Prime Minister is criticized unfairly and wrongly by the members of this Honorable House and the public for the decisions the Prime Minister makes or announces. And often, the holder of the position is unduly criticized in his personal capacity. This is most unfair and unhealthy in our democracy. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, there may be very reasons why the government has made certain decisions, but the reason for making such decisions have not been fully and properly explained to our people in the appropriate forums, be it this House or in briefings by the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker said, in this 12th Parliament, there are 3 former Prime Ministers with financial experiences. They have sat and occupied the Prime Minister's chair in times past. The Honourable Member for East Choiseul, and now the Minister for Finance and Treasury. The Honourable Member for Central Honiara, who is neither with the government nor the opposition. The Honourable Member for Small Malaita, who is aligned with the opposition group. I encourage these honourable members to assist our country in these difficult financial times by offering advice, constructive suggestions to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. Allow me too, Mr. Speaker, to thank my good people of West Korai constituency for electing me as their representative in this house, this honorable house. My constituency of West Korea have specific needs that I will articulate to this honorable house and with the executive government in due time. I will at this stage say this: road infrastructure into the inland of my constituency is a necessity to unlock agricultural potentials and market accesses for my people. We will cry for the road access here for a long time. We have 5 feeder roads that if government will help them, we will build them out 5 feeder roads inland. And but no good too much no more that 5 feeder roads here, they don't even go into inland, not more than 1/4 of the distance to the boundary within East Korea. I do believe if you take this one seriously, government, people below me are very industrialized, minded people. They will gonna help us, help the economy of this nation. We have resources lot there, inland, that I'm still yet untapped. People below me, once this opportunity is given to them, I do believe that Ogetaba effectively contribute. I think having high time now for using of the grants here for only those who support us. Use for the constituencies where we looking that they have the potential to contribute to this nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think this is something where we like for strongly put them on the government for take them into account. To that end, I will be making appropriate approaches to the relevant ministries to have these projects observed, not only in the government's infrastructure plans, but most importantly in the budget processes. Mr. Speaker, sir, my contribution will be brief and cover some of the common issues that have been raised by my colleagues. A more targeted contributions will be made during the budget meetings for 2025 appropriation bill in the later part of this year, and the 2024 supplementary budget, which the Honorable Prime Minister proposed to table. Sir, my next contribution is in response to the unfortunate issues of financial leakage. Let me first of all thank the Minister for Finance and Treasury for signaling to this House the financial situation of our country. The leakages that have been picked up by the Honorable Minister for Finance are a cause of serious concern to my people of West Korea constituency and the people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, the damage has been well truly done, and the country is now feeling the negative impacts or effects. I am aware that the Ministry of Finance has issued a memorandum to all ministries calling for reservations of the implementations of the 2024 budget. Sir, this is a serious development. It signifies that not all is well. Our revenue collection is saturated. There is no new money coming into the consolidated funds. Mr. Speaker, the question that must be asked is what has gone wrong? And why are we in this precarious financial situation? Businesses are already taxed to the helm. I would strongly suggest that the government must concentrate on enforcement and compliance under the current tax regime. Business houses that owe tax should be encouraged to enter into rescheduled payments of outstanding taxes. It could be better. It could be a disaster to halt the operation of business entities already operating, because it will kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Mr. Speaker, sir, somebody somewhere in the government establishment is not doing his or her job correctly. They must be held accountable. This country cannot afford any more leakages. As the member for Central Honiara has correctly said in his contribution, the leakages must be identified and stopped. I am heartened at the very least, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Finance and Treasury has been forthcoming and has warned us of the leakages. I trust that he is going to make strategic decisions in the near future. The reservation on budget expenditure in the first half of this year, financial year, as announced by the Ministry of Finance, is a sad but necessary step that has to be taken. Let me move to the forestry, Mr. Speaker. Let me now move to the forestry sector, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Forestry has made important undertaking in terms of what he sees as priorities for his ministry. The lack of inspection of log export because lack of finance is something that has been going on for many years. Without proper monitoring, there is potential for considerable loss of income for the country. But, sir, I have noted something more serious in the minister's speech. He said that there is probably about 15% of forest left. Various reports, both local and overseas, have warned us about the dwindling forestry resources. The Ministry of Forest should act now and draw up a strategy to slow down export of round logs. Only then would landowners and the government obtain fair returns for their resources. In the forestry sector, it is the landowners themselves that receives the smallest of the financial returns. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why is this unfair situation allowed to continue? I look forward to a new forestry bill that will set the apportionment of revenues of forestry resources in a fair and more beneficial manner. It has to be a win-win situation for all, the landowners, the government, and the operators. Whatever plans the Ministry of Forestry has, it might be too late. Increasing the percentage of milling of round logs is a strategy that must be strongly pursued by this government. But if we continue to allow logging, this 15% of forest left will quickly disappear. That will be an economic disaster, as the forestry is one of the main sources of foreign currency earners in this country. It is clear to all of us, Mr. Speaker, that if we do not manage these resources well, we will all lose. The Ministry of Forestry must now shift its policy from monitoring and compliance of virgin forest to that of agroforestry. Its policy shift must happen now, Mr. Speaker. We must plant commercial local species of trees now. Mr. Speaker, inside the constituency below me, there are more than 48 customary lands has been logged. And since the first logging happened, there was no reforestation happened to every land Yakamkasin today. This one has one for a very sad scenario for constituency below me. And I call on the government that people below me, people for Wakaya, give them that opportunity, and they will gonna plant more trees for Yumi and our Pikinini below Yumi in the future. We owe such a policy shift to our future children and our country. Mr. Speaker, I strongly suggest to the government and appropriate financing mechanisms, packages be drawn up by the government and funding be made available to the communities and the landowners to engage in reforestation. Agroforestry is an investment that is good for our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, our territorial waters are one of the biggest assets. The member of Central Hondiara has questioned the government why there is no second cannery in this country. I agree with the honorable member. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Fisheries is there to save the interests of foreign fishing companies in terms of issuing fishing licenses and monitoring and compliance. While a government may pay in public service 7 salaries, the Ministry of Fisheries. Imi pay mo gata for ota insurance, no ma issuing of licenses, block foreign companies, fishing companies, and monitoring. What is the government's plan in spearheading the setting up of a second cannery in Solomon Islands? It appears that there is no real interest in the Ministry of Fisheries in engaging the establishment of a second cannery. Mr. Speaker said, the government through the Ministry of Fisheries must take the lead during the term of the 12th Parliament to have this project materialize. Example na blo binaya wo wait no mago kasin this time. It must engage with the landowners quickly. There is great potential for job creation in this industry. It is where new money can be created. We cannot let the project be dictated by anybody else. The process must be owned and dictated by us. Mr. Speaker, I share the same views as those expressed by the member of Central Honiara. The perpetual estates of the land in Russell Islands are not owned by the government. They have been transferred to the landowners through their trust. Russell Islands Plantation Estates Limited, RIPEL, only has a fixed term created, which is 75 years from 1978. There is only 29 years left, and the estate will revert to the original landowners. Have they been consulted in the deal which the government is embarking on? All the lands owned by Livers Solomons Limited on Guadalcanal also have 29 years left before the term of the estate lapse. Do the people and the provincial government of Guadalcanal have a say in these transactions? Why is the government proposing to deal with overseas companies in the manner proposed by the government? Livers has become a real estate dealer instead of a major player in the cattle, coconut, and cocoa industry. Why are the land being sold as real estate when the land is designated for agricultural use or purposes? Mr. Speaker, I would like to deal with the system of tendering and selection of companies and individuals for the provision of services to the government through the Private Suppliers Agreement, PSA. Mr. Speaker, the PSA initially may have been a good idea, but now there are so many problems associated with this system, including unqualified companies, individuals being selected to perform infrastructure works, some of which are of very poor quality. The PSA system locks out many capable Solomon Islanders from participating in the supply of services to the government. The PSA has become a cartel of its own. Only members are allowed to participate. Many Solomon Islanders cannot participate. This system must be removed so that our own very people can participate fully and on equal basis, giving the government a wide choice of potential supplies. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me talk about this labor mobility scheme. Mr. Speaker, as you know, many of our unskilled and some skilled workers have been participating in the labor mobility scheme in Australia and New Zealand for some years now. Sir, we thank Australia and New Zealand for providing employment to our people. But Mr. Speaker, sir, on their return to Solomon Islands, these workers have acquired certain new skills in agriculture, in the meat industry, and perhaps other areas. They leave our country unskilled and return skilled or semi-skilled. Are we prepared for them, Mr. Speaker? Has the government created new employment opportunities for them so that they can continue to be gainfully employed? This is a challenge that the executive government must look at seriously. Our challenge, Mr. Speaker, is job creation here in this country. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to share my view on the number of ministers now in the government. It appears that His Excellency may have appointed extra minister than what the Constitution allows. The Constitution allows for the appointment of such number of office of ministers of government as may be prescribed. One of those offices of the ministers is that of the Deputy Prime Minister. The current number of offices of ministers prescribed is 23. One of those 23 offices must be that of the Deputy Prime Minister. Currently, there are 23 ministers apart from the office of the Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you add the 23 ministries and that of the office of the Prime Minister, you have 24 ministries. This is one more ministry than that prescribed by the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, with these few thoughts and contributions, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and support the motion and resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'll give the floor to the MP for East Makira first, before others can take the floor. East Makira, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for recognising the newly elected MP for East Makira and the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock to contribute to the Sine-Die motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister that at the adjournment of the Parliament on Monday, 17 June 2024, the present meeting shall be concluded and Parliament shall then stand adjourned Sine-Die. Mr. Speaker, sir, please allow me to join the other honourable MP colleagues in congratulating you on your unchallenged re-election as the Speaker of the 12th National Parliament. This spoke volumes about your ability to fulfill this extremely important function in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today with profound humility and a deep sense of responsibility as I deliver my maiden speech in this esteemed chamber, representing the resilient constituency of East Makira, spanning from Nagau in Ward 12, a village situated 14 kilometers upstream of Warahito River, enclosed by mountains and tropical rainforest, to Piroma in Ward 19, the west coast of Makira. It is with immense gratitude and a profound sense of duty that I stand before you, entrusted by the people of East Makira to be their voice in the National Parliament. First and foremost, praise God for His abundant grace, faithfulness, and the gift of life, which we all have enjoyed since we were born into this world. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the 8,830 electors in East Makira constituency who exercised their democratic rights on April 17, 2024, and elected me as their advocate and representative in the 12th Parliament. They believe in me is both humbling and inspirational, and I'm determined to fight diligently to keep the promises and aspirations we share for our beloved constituency of East Makira. East Makira, like many other regions in our beautiful nation, is rich in natural resources, cultural heritage, and human potential. Yet it also faces its own unique set of challenges, including access to quality education, healthcare, infrastructure development, and sustainable livelihoods. In terms of telecommunication access, East Makira is the poorest. As Ward 17 in South Tahaba, Ward 18, Rawo, Ward 19, and West Coast, and Ward 20, that is in the West Makira, have been without this service since the 1990s. I recently consulted a senior official of the Solomon Telecom Company Limited, but was astonished that they are not making any new tower builds in Makira after the 5 towers at Ubuna, Ugi, Moli, Mamaloni Town, and Arohane. The decision to not make any builds was made by the board. The last builds are the 6 deferred funded towers, including 3 in Saltland, 1 in Northwest Choiseul, and 1 in Isabel, and another in Malaita Outer Island in Pelau. So my constituency has been without this service for a long time now. So you arrive there, you out from the whole world there. No any tower, no anything. No there. So I hope with me in power, I will ensure that we have towers in our areas. Big area, the whole of Weather Coast is without telecommunication tower. Mr. Speaker, sir, another pressing issue which I would like to highlight in this honorable House is the irregular shipping service to my constituency, particularly in the Weather Coast region of Makira, where a sizable amount of copra and cocoa is produced annually. At the moment, only marine vessels on charter basis are making trips to our side of island, but the fares and freight charges are very high. Hence, I'm looking forward to negotiate and acquire additional funding on top of the 3 million shipping grant received from the Ministry of Infrastructure Development for East Makira by my predecessor. Nevertheless, as your elected representative for East Makira, I'm well aware of the challenges, and I pledge to work tirelessly to address them in collaboration with all the stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I firmly believe that progress and prosperity can only be achieved through unity, inclusivity, and a shared vision for future. Therefore, I extend a hand of friendship and cooperation to all the members of this honorable House, regardless of political affiliation, ideology. Let us put aside our differences and work together in the spirit of mutual respect and solidarity for the betterment of our constituency and our beloved nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also recognize the importance of preserving and promoting our rich cultural heritage and traditional practices, which are integral to the identity and resilience of our communities. As we navigate the complexities of the modern governance, let us never forget the wisdom and values passed down to us by our ancestors. Furthermore, I'm deeply committed to ensuring transparency, accountability, and good governance in all aspects of my service. The trust of the people is the most precarious, precious asset bestowed upon me, and I will do everything in my power and honor to trust through integrity, diligence, and humility. In closing, let me reaffirm my wavering dedication to the people of East Makira, that together we will overcome challenges, seize power, opportunities, and build a brighter future for the generations to come. May our journey be guided by the principle of justice, compassion, and unity as we strive to realize the full potential of our beloved constituency and our great nation of Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, sir, now let me turn to the Minister of Agriculture and the agriculture sector. A massive task is at hand to enable, motivate, and create a practical, viable, and equitable agricultural lifestyle. A lifestyle based on relevant and sustainable income and food security and nutrition opportunity for every rural family in Solomon Islands. This will create a win-win dynamic and provide an increased and stable production function. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reality of Solomon Island agriculture is an unstable production and cash flow strapped value chain. These obstacles are from old and must be addressed together to create a new motivation and productive synergy. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is vital, however, to put in a caution here because naturally people will assume increased investment and support to upgrade productivity and production as the natural strategy. MAL has reviewed the sector to ensure we do not keep repeating the mistakes of the past and therefore become more strategic in supporting our farmers and the sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, the review showed a scale dysfunction has existed in the sector for a long time. This has prevented our rural farmers from taking possession of a sustainable and resilient capacity as their own to lead, manage, and secure a labor profile creating natural organic growth. Mr. Speaker, sir, in going forward, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock takes serious consideration of this shortfall and will create the capacity pathway to generate the relevant 21st century agriculture profile for Solomon Islands. This is vital context for enabling increased scale and participation in agriculture and break the whole of the scale dysfunction. Mr. Speaker said to see the agriculture production function and create a stable and sustainable production, the local tax and synergy has to be enabled through a new higher farmer profile, the whole farm system, to functionalize a dynamic and a systemic base for the new agriculture production. Mr. Speaker said this ensures that each and every family and community are able to clearly see the opportunity and able to participate because they can connect it directly to their farming activities and the value of their daily sweat equity. Mr. Speaker said at this juncture, I want this Honourable House to appreciate and revalue the sweat equity of our forefathers. The same coconut and cocoa are still being bearing seed for us today. This has been no new coconut and new cocoa. If you have been to your respective village, you will know this. Mr. Speaker, sir, the same revaluation is what MAL is proposing for our rural 85%, the majority that put us here recently. This is the perceptional and perspective calibration. It allows new motivation, seed, and energy to be created from within our people and enabling a vertical dynamic to be bettered to provide relevant farm leadership, management, and labor skills. Mr. Speaker said the new opportunity to increase and stabilize production and ensure agriculture value chain, market, and development are sustainably serviced with a new perception, perspective, and capacity. Mr. Speaker said the high farmer profile and the whole farm system is imperative to develop and sustain the relevant scale of production to transform the sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, in parallel, Solomon Island has a high and stable rural population. However, the generational opportunity and the energy has been a weak participant in agriculture. MAL is intent on securing and increasing participation of rural young population in agriculture. The generational opportunity must be made a dividend in practice. Mr. Speaker, sir, while the opportunity for rural participation has expanded with Solomon Islands' demographic demand, the potential has not been seeded into futuristic posture and stance. It has prevented our rural people from surpassing their own need and secure a strong consolidation for national impact. Mr. Speaker, sir, MAL recognizes these difficulties and is delivering an enabling policy environment with practical tools enabled to reinforce and upgrade the present production and create synergy to accelerate and increase and stabilize the agriculture production function. Mr. Speaker, sir, this enabling policy and tools are part of the agriculture of the ministry's 100-day priorities. These include a new agriculture sector enterprise development policy, merging all agriculture draft policy revisions under one common policy canopy and emphasizing farm entrepreneurship as the new functionality and securing a relevant base for remote locations and communities in Solomon Islands in cohort with other natural resource sectors. Mr. Speaker said that 100-day priorities include a cohort of MAL priorities to create a transforming and involving energy to effectively and efficiently on-ramp the transition, the present production to a sustainable and resilient platform. It includes a revolving fund to recapitalize the rural produce products buyers, in parallel with a new training model to build and shape a new perception and mindset for a new motivation to energize and secure rural synergy to shift to the new whole farm system and produce a higher farmer profile as a deliberate farm base. Mr. Speaker, sir, this will ensure that the present standing crop of coconut, cocoa, and other existing exportable opportunities are fully harvested and marketed. This creates immediate economic return as the whole farm system begins to be calibrated at the rural area to secure a sustainable and resilient lifestyle for rural households and secure a more diversified and robust production function, providing a solid, increasing agriculture base going forward and into the future. Mr. Speaker, sir, while much thought and mention has been made about effectively resourcing the sector, much of it has been rhetoric and null and void in practice. This has been to the detriment of the majority of our people in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, this poor support has been worsened by a large trail of long-term peace metal efforts by local and international agricultural stakeholders across the sector and the cross-sectoral interface. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the hindsight also, the long-term decline of the sector has saturated the sector with false and outdated assumptions and the predicamented, presumptuous express of savvy that has no basis in the contextual reality and fact that which has sustained same old strategies and activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has created and sustained a toxic atmosphere that has reduced the effective and equitable development of the sector. Mr. Speaker, say above, issues created sectoral and cross-sectoral dissonance and suffocated the sector with rubber stamp partnership and collaboration that have not been consequential to the agriculture and farming beneficiaries and Solomon Island economy. Mr. Speaker, this has reduced agriculture interventions to high-flying flagships of outputs and no outcomes, ensuring that sustainability is not a possessible dynamic by Solomon Island farmers. Mr. Speaker, sir, recognizing the above dissonance and ensuring that the way forward has to be practical, sequenced on a step-by-step basis and in the context of scarce resources. MAL has developed a scaffolding tool, vehicle, and a catalyst to enable the function transformation of MAL and the sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, agriculture and value chain interventions to date have not been sustainable and consequential because they fail to recognize the scale dysfunction dominant in the smallholder agriculture space and context. This scale dysfunction forecloses the sustainability is unattainable and the simple production, marketing, and value chain inefficiency are too high a mountain to climb and transverse. It is result in an overtrained farmer unable to translate capacity to fruit. Mr. Speaker, sir, this means farmers at the end of the intervention period are unable to on-ramp the transition on a sustainable and resilient agriculture production, function, and context. Mr. Speaker, the new issues of climate-smart agriculture, agroecological and biodiversity-friendly agronomy and husbandry and other climate change, market-led and value chain development become to our rural farmers unimportant to conform to. Mr. Speaker, so MAL has enabled the sector with an agriculture new day trajectory strategy. This is the foundational and enabling tool allowing MAL and the sector to create transformation from the title MAL has in practice. In the ants, every resource MAL is a seed. Each seed is sown into a good soil to create growth and future cascades that will expand, create new opportunities as the cascade mature in the future. The ant is practical tool enabling key foundational capacity, giving stronger vertical capacity, enhancing farming leadership, management, and labor skill. This is the common denominator enhancement to allow for new farming functionality, horizontal exponential expansion opportunity. This will change the agriculture scale and transform the sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, inclusive of the transformation pathway, MAL will build a rural corporate energy to support the scaling up. As farm size increase, co-agronomy and husbandry, including clearing, tilling, planting, and weeding, and harvesting will become bottlenecks because they will be well beyond the means of smallholder households. Mr. Speaker, sir, while scaling up will include mechanization opportunities, it will not be practical everywhere, and some things like weeding cannot be effectively mechanized. MAL will support the building of champion communities and expert farmers. This ensures and assures consistent consolidation and improves extension capacity. It creates real, visible examples for imitation and copying along private interventions to cost-share the cost of agriculture investment. Mr. Speaker, sir, MAL will position a robust and innovative research and development, business entrepreneurship, capacity training, support and mentorship for young people to become farmers and secure the future. Mr. Speaker, sir, MAL is undergoing, as I speak, a three-phase function reformation to position the optimum agriculture technical support and extension capacity to build the Solomon Island 21st century agriculture. Mr. Speaker, sir, this includes a harmonized sectoral and cross-sectoral partnership and collaboration to ensure that the Solomon Island small farmer is elevated to a new capacity to secure the sector. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, a lot of groundwork has been done at all levels out of sight. The demand for transformation is also ripe and has tipped. There exists a good sprinkling of accelerator points across Solomon Islands. All this will ensure and will be leveraged to create immediate impact, even though we are building a long-term production and productive platform. The GNAT 100-day priorities aligned to the new policy that will soon be released and socialized will begin the definite movement to create the national impact. I personally, with my staff, look forward to the future of better farmers and better farming supporting national prosperity. And for my loving and resilient people of East Makira constituency, I salute you and will do all it takes to make your life easier. Once again, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion and I resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable MP. Let me give the floor to Honourable MP for West Korokanal. At the floor first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing the member of West Korokanal, a constituency to also contribute law on this important motion, as moved by the Honourable Prime Minister, on Monday, 10th June 2024. That at the adjournment of Parliament on Monday, 17th June 2024, the present meeting shall be concluded and Parliament shall stand adjourned Sine-Die. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, also let me start by congratulating yourself, sir, on your successful unopposed re-election to the position of Speaker, your second term to lead the business of Parliament, national legislation. So this shows confidence, according to you, shows a direct testament of the esteemed service you have rendered to our nation throughout your public service life. And to this, I wish you well as we travel together again in this another 4-year journey. To my good brother, the Honourable MP for Hauranakia Hamalei, please accept my belated congratulations on your successful election also to the position of Prime Minister in this 12th Parliament. As somebody has said, we are called for this season and time, and so not by mistake, sir, but with a divine mission, a divine will and purpose to save our people and nation. Similarly, sir, let me also congratulate all cabinet ministers on your appointments as ministers charged with guiding our ministries in the discharge of our services and development mandates. To the leader of opposition and the leader of independent group in Parliament also, may I take this chance also to humbly congratulate you on your appointments as well. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank my good people of West Korokanal for their resolve in making their choice on the 7th April 2024 although your voice has been clouded by other legal considerations, at least for the record, let me thank you all, my good chiefs, elders, church and community leaders, for your resilience and steadfastness to ensure peace and order is maintained before the election, also after the election. I noted that there are a few little skirmishes here and there, but generally throughout our constituency, this is one of the best elections that we had that have become very, very peaceful. Yes, some people are not happy, as in all elections, sir. But the fact is, one fellow no more by him win, sir. One friend of me him say, and I quote, if you got him 2-1, then I'm number 11 now, I'm not 2. Because you make him 50 seats, the ball here, Mr. Speaker said, you make him only one representative each for our 50 seats. You make him now 50 members already here. As you know, sir, Mr. Speaker, after serving 2 terms, along 9 Parliament and the Lieutenant Parliament, I have to be relieved of my duty, also one more than like to taste the people's quest for change, and indeed, 2019 leadership have changed, me rest a little bit. For me, Mr. Speaker, this election, this decision to come and seek re-election for this Parliament again, have no easy one for me. It's not an easy decision. Some of us who have gone out that window and are privileged to have come back again for the second time, but you may experience in this one, have no easy one. Mr. Speaker, you may say, I want to people believe me, or push me go out the window, you may go out good night through now. But in this regard, sir, let me thank my voters for the confidence you have in me, and especially for the choice you took to reclaim your leadership, reclaim your rights, reclaim your freedom, benefits, reclaim your privileges and entitlements as citizens of West Coast Canal and citizens of Solomon Island. We are but one people, and therefore we deserve to be justly and equally served in the delivery of services and developments, Mr. Speaker. Our democratic values and principles, our Christian values, our moral values, our traditional and cultural values are key pillars to building unity and stability in our country. Yes, divisions, discriminations, and prejudices will be there at all times, as some unhappy people. Believe me, but I will continue in several communities and constituencies, believe me. Their interest is to propagate hate, division, and discrimination by lying and deceiving people. And that one time tactic to taking power through deceptive strategies, and they take no regret for their actions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I took no offense in this petition notice against me, but I urge my people to remain steadfast, to respect this cause, because, sir, this is the only window open to anyone who have been not happy and am dissatisfied to claim any seat or contest in any result or any election. So my good people of West Coast Canal, me asking you to remain calm, respect one another, and allow the legal process to take its course until you may finish this case. At this juncture, also, Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the government through the Solomon Islands Electoral Commission, the ranks and files within the RSIPF, and our daughter partners for this 2024 synchronized election. As to me, all witnessing which final outcome is one of the successes, very peaceful, although marred by minimal incidents in some parts of the country, including West Coast Canal, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to share some of my reflections and some of the issues raised during the debate of this motion. On the 100 days policy program, government, GNET, that was finally launched on the 12th of June 2024, sir. Allow me to also congratulate the Prime Minister for your commitment to drive our most urgent priorities that will set the pace for a broader comprehensive strategy going forward. On trade, Mr. Speaker, we are largely a consumption-based country as we are dependent on a very narrow exportable resource base, mainly logging, fishery, mining and agriculture. The Prime Minister had introduced this motion with a very noble intention to stimulate and establish the real challenges that this adult Parliament will be confronted with, which calls for an inclusive appreciation to develop corrective policy interventions, Mr. Speaker. So the 100 days program and policy statements now launched by the government will indeed seek to address critical issues and sectoral challenges and hence set a comprehensive reform plan going forward, Mr. Speaker. Sir, for the implementation of our policies, plans and priorities, we need to review our 2024 budget and make adjustments where necessary to support our plans of actions. In this regard, sir, the presentation made by the Honourable Minister of Finance on the status of our economy has shed some light as to the grey areas the government needs to stabilise and manage in terms of our budget discipline. Similarly, sir, the honest and sincere picture as presented to us by the Minister challenges all of us to support the government in the interventions and programs of actions. The notable commodities, as alluded to, the logging, forestry, fisheries sector, mining, agriculture. These are the key sectors that need the very key sectors, the very foundation of the economy have depend on that. The question, sir, that we can ask, how can we maintain the sectors around to achieve a robust contribution towards developing a sustainable economy for our country? This is a question that you may want to try to answer. As was established, Mr. Speaker, the two strongest revenue capture for our country comes from the inland revenue and custom division of the Ministry of Finance. We also heard from the Minister, sir, where the huge leakages are, tax exemptions, one of the big leakage, or the big hole in the garden by the private sector companies, as well as our constituencies contribute hugely, widening this big leakage inside the backbone government. The issue of clearer, transparent, determined price of logs, as you may have also presents huge leaks, and maybe need you may improve them. The weak monitoring system and consistencies as to the systems for determining over the price here and very important. And then I know this one have a quick fix program too within this government's 100-day program, Mr. Speaker. Other financial and economical interventions as highlighted by the Minister of Finance are critical, and I believe that we have the solutions to these problems at our disposal, lot of plans where government have already gotten at hand, Mr. Speaker. We need to support, we need the support of everyone in government, all of us in this chamber, private sector, and our donor partners. We everyone, we have worked hard to support the government, lot of strategy plan. On this leave was a payment of 140 million per year, Mr. Speaker. We have all been waiting to fully understand the nature and status of this deal, and I feel that there's more that we should seek to know as to the justification of this bailout, Mr. Speaker. And so, and for this reason, I call on the government to commission a commission of inquiry into this Guadalcanal, Russell Islands, Divers Estate, and all the relevant stakeholder and investments plan, both inshore and offshore. The appropriate terms of reference to be established for this commission. The call for due diligence is very, very important, sir. The call for slow with them, also a colleague members of the requesting last week, sir. I'm important for government having look. We all want to see a final settlement to the Liba land issue, sir, but within the legal bounds of our national laws, the laws of Solomon Islands. The Land and Titles Act seemed adequate and sufficient no more to address some of the land issues. On investment, Mr. Speaker, I think the Foreign Investment Act, as I believe, is also sufficient to seek compliance in any other due diligence information, Mr. Speaker. So let me turn to our mining sector, a very key sector that we should be bring about greater economic opportunity to our country. So the current mining laws are outdated. I'm aware that there's work already done some years back on this new mining legislation through numerous consultations with all the stakeholders, with our resource owners through the country. And I'm urging my good brother, the Deputy Prime Minister, and the Minister of Mines, Rural Irrigation, to bring this legislation, this 12th Parliament to the floor for Yumi Lulukuluhan. We cannot continue to operate any new mining investment under this new outdated mining law, sir. So because of this weak law, we see shipments of ore to overseas processing plants, as you looking this time. It's currently, we cannot stop this one. They want to means where how we start doing technology for shipping water resources. But I think it needs law for guide so that we maximize our revenue, maximize our benefits, and so this will new law is very, very important. Goldridge, as we know, has done his downstreaming processing law here, and so creates a lot of other benefits for this country. And in terms of employment, I don't see why not no start doing this one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is losing because of this. State revenue have lost, employment opportunities also losing. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the mineral compositions believe me, recovery rates, we cannot fully verify as we are at the mercy of other partners, believe me, overseas. The true value of our minerals cannot be ascertained or verified, as payment could be that charge him over the tons of soil where him go no more. On the energy sector, Mr. Speaker, government needs to reprioritize our investment along rural electrification. The last 30 years has largely been focused on improving urban electrification to support private sector growth, but I think we need to do more along rural energy development, sir. Sir, we are blessed with energy sources, Taka, in our country, low water, wind power, solar power, and others. There's available technologies that you must be using for development energy in the rural provinces, rural constituencies, rural communities, you mean. And me like to call upon the government and especially a good Minister of Mines, please, if possible, next year, put aside $10 million annually for this course. Mr. Speaker, as a minister, along 9th Parliament law, Minister of Mines, Energy, we started on a project, constituency Blumi, one for a mini hydro project. Me like store sharing a little bit more. We worked with the ministry to developing this project, and Kasim this time project him lay down it. We've done our part in what the community over the digging trenches, big stones, big boulders, what knowing bulldozer, knowing the excavator also. But the community, because of hunger or something, what about digging big trench here, what ready now, and what the pipes and what the turbines and what something here, I'm not there finished. Me just wish for urging the government and the minister for thinking about pushing forward, driving this project now so that me sabe kick forward, make him this miracle for me. For this project here, me light up now, next year or this year, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, road infrastructure, me from West Kalkana, sir, we are very privileged to have a road network from Honiara, going down the West Kasamlambi. And this road, sir, is a gift from the pioneer fathers Biumil, first Parliament, you got give him this road come down, Kasim this time, road him established and place it. We thank him government for the last two governments, over the 2016. What I take him a big project, securing 5 bridges for Mifala, and then that's a different part project as well. I mean, come with him rehabilitation, I mean, come with him maintenance, and so the last, by me, I would say 20 plus years, no in maintenance, no this road. Although me doing a little bit part during my first term. 2012, me using constituency money for me maintaining road here. Again in 2016, me again using constituency money for me maintaining road here. And since then, road here bara go down no good now, sir. And me like a good Minister Blome, if you start intervene, some emergency situations, some fundings, please you help him bifala. This is a very, very important link along connectivity. This road not only serving West Kalakana, but then also serving South Kalakana. So two whole constituencies now serving using this road. And now, yeah, you looking because of the road, sir, every Kanur Bulomifala, no, South and West Kalakana will come to Budna, no, Visali. What I have to skip in now, this road, and no good to us now. And so many lives are at threat, at risk. We've lost a number of lives in the last couple of years due to accidents, or the truck fall down. Or the man knows ever run faster, so they die on the road before the Kasim Hospital. I gather that there's no budget allocation for this road there, but this year, as I said, I plead with the minister and the government to set aside some funds for Imisabe intervene with this road there, Mr. Speaker. I'm truly one for a cry, block of the people below me, this one, for how many years, and one for a big cry below me, and I will be very grateful, my people will be very, very grateful indeed for any intervention that government himself taken this time around. Finally, sir, I wish to share a statement echoed by my honourable colleague for East Central Golkandal in his remark last week, sir, in which he called for greater appreciation from all our people and the leaders to acknowledge the goodwill and friendship of our people of Golkandal, who have selflessly denied themselves the rights, the entitlements, privileges of their resources and the environment for the sake of this country and our people. Most times, sir, we tend to overlook, neglect, and ignore these very, very important gestures in our delivery of development, resources, infrastructure, and services, sir. Mr. Speaker, road Lokalakana is at its poorest or some metal and finished condition, but poor. And if you look along what the sale of the infrastructure funds yet, along what the years here go by, past years here, I think the sale of development funds for infrastructure local kind are very, very low. Me like for local same numbers that you may look when you must share more resources to ensure that what the provinces will you may equally recognize him as Honiara, Mr. Speaker, having no Galkana, Honiara, me Honiara. Galkana and East and West. The last 10 years you look him go road, but I was nine. And Kasim this time, I think I will walk him to start on east side, west side, not have me no more yet. This one on this issue, this concern, this segment also is not only for infrastructure, also for health and education and other sectors. We must be able to recognize, must be sensitive to recognize ignorance and negligence in the delivery of goods and services and developments. As we noted a few weeks ago, we shared some vehicles from the National Hosting Authority, and I think it shares of the government institutions, or schools, or the ministries and other bodies of government, or sharing or something. I think Galkana, I think the province got them, but not in school. Got any share. Not to mention St. Joseph's, Tenero, being a host school, or Galkan too. I think no sharing and no documenting. Do me like mentioning these things here, just to make sure that we are, you may give him justice and fairness when you may share development resources and services, look at the communities we may share. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute. Something we like to say, but I think we've taken much of your time already. I thank you for your patience with these remarks. I support the motion and I'm sure myself. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the floor to Honourable MP for East Atleka and the Minister for Economic and National Development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to briefly contribute to the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since me first time me for contribute law 11th Parliament, let me congratulate members of Parliament for successful joint election for representing our people, this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker. On that note, me also joining others for congratulating you, Mr. Speaker, for successful election and unopposed for make 2 times as Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, me also, on behalf of my good people of Atleka, like for wish to congratulate the member for Hograno, Kia Havley, for the peaceful election as the 13th Prime Minister of our country, especially Mr. Speaker Hemi, also the first Prime Minister from Province Blayumi, Lord Isabel, Mr. Speaker. And me prayer and me trust, confident as the Honourable Prime Minister Hemi, captain him this MV dinner for the next 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think before me touch on the ministry, let me also thank my good people for the last election, Mr. Speaker. We like for acknowledging the people that gave me the mandate to be the voice and representative of Atleka constituency in this Honourable House. As such, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge with deep appreciation my voters, chiefs, village elders, church leaders, youths, children and women, men of Atleka, for giving me the trust and confidence for representing Motamal inside Law 11 Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me touch a little bit on some general issues that also raised by other members earlier on, and also me also like for make some intervention, especially as my observation for the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, on our economy, there was so much debate as well in terms of government should focus or prioritize dealing with the economy, through Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, sometimes we easy to forget events that affected this country for the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, we declared COVID-19 affecting not only Solomon Island, but across the globe, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, country had go through serious unrest or riot, burning down of shops in Honiara, Mr. Speaker. Or the global shocks Mr. Speaker, especially the food and prices, have me continue for our victim, Mr. Speaker, our economy. But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the last 4 years, we prioritized the budget for dealing with the economy, especially for keeping our economy afloat, Mr. Speaker. We grow the economy by 2.4% in 2022, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate SBD by 1.72 AUD, Mr. Speaker, the last 4 years. That means source of how we try for keeping our economy afloat, Mr. Speaker, and also more especially, we're trying to make sure services are delivered to our people. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the last 4 years, not easy. The environment that we save under for the last 4 years has been very challenging, especially our economy. You mean, Mr. Speaker, forecast the last 4 years that the economy by the country by negative 4%. But 2022 and 23, we grew the economy more than 2%, Mr. Speaker. This is how best we can address the situation that the country has gone through, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, by me a little bit touch on one recent election that you may go through, Mr. Speaker. I think you may, everyone, got different experiences of how you may conducting ourselves to retain our seat, or we conducting ourselves for winning election. But, Mr. Speaker, I mean, quite interesting law, especially law campaigning period. There are stark political parties that we form, and then we go out to do campaigning. But one full question we got, Mr. Speaker, that me also like for raising for, you mean answer him more. Stark political party cover him the full country for go out and do launching and campaigning. Who na financial what campaigning here, Mr. Speaker. Financially, not cheap here for you mean go out the country and do a lot of launching and campaigning, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Who financing this, Mr. Speaker? And so it's my understanding, I think our party no more, Holem Samval fundraising, trying to raise funds, Mr. Speaker, for preparing towards election. But I'm even interesting go more, Mr. Speaker, that some matching between political parties, Mr. Speaker, right before the election, Mr. Speaker. That's interesting, Mr. Speaker, how you meet Solomon Island continue to look at how our democratic system and we continue for work inside the country, blame Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other thing also in terms of message that you may present him, people blame me. And out of truth now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Talent. We continue to induce misinformation to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. No any respect for our leaders now, Mr. Speaker, because we continue to live the truth and talk about something that we're trying to gain some popularity or point of it, Mr. Speaker. I mean not good for Solomon Island as a diverse country. I mean not good, Mr. Speaker, as Solomon Island a country consists of 9 provinces, Mr. Speaker. It's important for us to build this country as a united Solomon Island, Mr. Speaker. You may thank him, Janet, that Hemi put him this one as one of the priority, as how you may like for uniting Solomon Island, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to me, for alam, some members talk to, I think, me leave him that one, no me go straight law ministry now. First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank him, the Honorable Prime Minister, for appointing me as Minister of National Planning and Development Coordination for the solar portfolio law ministry, for making sure something that you may work together as a government for me up in law ministry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a ministry, me plays a critical role in making sure that government policies and budget have me implemented way for me addressing the needs of the country, Mr. Speaker. Early this year, Mr. Speaker, we launched the pipeline priorities for our country, Mr. Speaker. Our preparation for graduation law 2027, review of national development strategy, Mr. Speaker. We also need for strengthening our engagement and aligning ourselves well with our development partner, Mr. Speaker. All this, Mr. Speaker, is important, especially for you, as a government and country, for putting clear our priorities so that our engagement with our development partner sort of clear tool of how to support me in terms of fundings that ought put him in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the roles that me as a Minister for National Planning and Development Coordination for also bringing this mid-term development plan review every year before the budget for Hemikamlo Parliament. And me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that already work on that one for me for bringing Mr. Speaker of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the ministry recently tried for report law how you may meet him at the NDS goal, Mr. Speaker. Interesting, especially, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how you may fund our development priorities. Around 8.4 billion may come from our development partner, Mr. Speaker. And then around 4 billion from our domestic financing, Mr. Speaker. I think important you may, as a government or country, you may now put more funds into our development priorities, or for you may engage more the way that our donor partner really addressing the needs of this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you may not really carefully, some of our partners would come and run them on programs for 2 years. And important for you may set our priorities clear so that you may ask them, this one no more for you dream, this one no more for you help me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on NDS objectives, also number 1, sustainable and inclusive economic growth, and 5, unified nation with stable and effective governance and public order. For the last 5 years, 85% of our development funding, you may supporting that one, Mr. Speaker. Also, a little bit talent finish here. Law NDS 2, 3, and 4, indeed, still challenging. As you may, Mr. Speaker, you may prepare for graduation and also areas that need some improvement. And so, Mr. Speaker, me appeal no more law. You may, as a country, including members of Parliament, as you may part together for building Solomon Island in preparation for graduation law 2027, Mr. Speaker. Me good for Solomon Island time me graduate. For no also other countries that after they graduate they not go back more. And so, Mr. Speaker, government DCDA government law last year me deferring our graduation from 2024 goal of 27. This one should allow me time as a country for me prepare before me graduate. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by reaffirming my commitment, especially to continue serving my good people of Atleka and also serving our people, law country below me. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and I resume my seat.
Thank you. Let me afford the floor first. With respect to the Honourable MP for North Malaita, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing MP for North Malaita to talk a little bit. Mr. Speaker, I, on behalf of the people of North Malaita constituency, would like to congratulate you for your re-election to be the Speaker in this 12th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, may I take this time to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister and the junior cabinet members, the Leader of the Opposition, MP for Auki Langalanga, the Leader of the Independent Group, Member of Parliament for East Arare, and colleague honourable members in this 12th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I believe a lot had been said since last week, so by me brief, no more short, we see me run against in time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join other colleague honourables to thank the Finance Minister for putting clear now the economic situation of Solomon Islands last year, where we continue to face him as leaders in this 12th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that a lot needs to be done in this 12th Parliament. We are no longer in the 11th Parliament or 1st Parliament. As rightly mentioned by Honourable Member for Temutunende, with some biblical references and interpretations. Thank you, Honourable Member for Temutunende. It's a challenge for us as leaders. I want to take this time too to thank the GNet government for 300 days policy. I know and believe it will give us hope for the next 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think enough for me to talk too much now. Looking at the past successive governments, maybe we don't find the right bait for these challenges, Mr. Speaker. And I bid this new government, the GNet government, they'll do it, Mr. Speaker, through the support of all the members of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe we should now realize the weakness. And I want to thank again the Finance Minister for incorporating several control mechanisms and highlight him for rescuing the economic situation where we're facing this time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister for the Provincial Government and Institutional Strengthening, and the Minister for Rural Development, and the Minister for Forestry for highlighting several needs with some legislative reviews, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister of Provincial Government, I'm happy to because I've worked with the province for more than 10 years, and I know what are the challenges our provinces are facing. Honourable Minister for Provincial Government, the the long-awaited revenue sharing bill you've mentioned last week, it will be an advantage for our provinces. To add, Mr. Speaker, we also want to ask the Honourable Minister for Rural Development, together with the Minister for Provincial Government, please align your policies as mentioned by other honourable members in their speech. Mr. Speaker, there's a misalignment within the policies, especially the one with the provincial government and the CDF. A lot of funds dispersed through the CDF, so as through the provincial government has been duplicated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I'll be just short and brief. Before I take my seat, may I take this opportunity to sincerely thank my good people of North Malta constituency, the deaf, crippled, lame, blind, women and children supporters, friends, for their unwavering support and confidence they have in me. Mr. Speaker, I also want to extend my thanks to the outgoing Member of Parliament for North Malta constituency. Indeed, his contribution towards the development of North Malta constituency deserves my appreciation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the former TCJ government for putting North Malta constituency in your development priorities, such as the Malu Wharf, the Malu Copra Buying Centre, and the Malu Fisheries Project. This project has been a blessing to the people of North Malta constituency. And I bid continuous good workmanship with the Jeanette government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I'm seeking clarification from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development with some national projects, especially the construction of bridges in North Malta constituency for nearly 4 years now, or 3 years. These bridges are not yet completed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public travellers and truck owners of North Malta constituency have been complaining for years to the poor road condition in North Malta constituency. Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind His Honourable House with the following incomplete national projects: the Kadabina Industrial Park, the Silolo Hydro Project, and the Suava Bay International Seaport. I know millions of dollars had been spent to these projects. Mr. Speaker, may I take this opportunity to revisit some of the national pledge projects in my constituency, such as the Malu Air Health Center upgrading, the Malu Township proposal, the Anonhatome Provincial Secondary School expansion. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me now give the floor first to the MP for Scotland and the Minister for Aviation. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for recognizing the new member of Scotland's constituency and Minister of Home Affairs. Thus, I make my maiden speech. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to officially thank and give acknowledgement to our Heavenly Father, Almighty God, for His unwavering love, mercy, nurture and care throughout the numerous years in grooming me and installing me to this leadership role as member of Scotland Islands constituency and Minister of Home Affairs. I am truly honored and humbled to be here in this position. And to be honest, I am overwhelmed and never in my life imagined that by me in this position. But it is God's calling, so we just have to fulfill what it has come to be. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the good people of Scotland Islands for their utmost trust, support, confidence and heart to believe and have faith in me as their new, young, determined, energetic and open-hearted leader. Rest assured that democracy has clearly spoken and your choice in me is the safest bet we have for our people in beautiful Scotland Islands. Your future is in good hands. Make no mistake of that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to show my respect and join the other colleagues in thanking the Prime Minister, Honourable Jeremiah Manele, MP, for transmitting through Parliament this motion of Sine-Die. I congratulate you, Honourable Jeremiah Manele, MP, for your successful appointment as the Prime Minister of this nation. And I thank you for your vision and strategic leadership in leading the government of national unity and transformation this year, 2024, to the future. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to show my respect and thanks to the Leader of Opposition and the Leader of Independence and their respective members in keeping this House in check. We are a collection of great minds, and collectively we collaborate and find solutions to problems that are affecting our people's interests and not of our own interests. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate all returning MPs as well as newly elected MPs. Most will agree that this journey is not an easy one, but yet we managed to overcome and achieve victory. Safe to say, all is in God's hands. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, for your re-election, for being our Speaker for this 12th Parliament 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, my constituency is the most remote western part and one of the longest distance traveled to and from the capital of Solomon Islands, Honiara. We are at the border. We have untapped resources being fish, seaweed, cocoa, copra, land, agriculture potentials, cattle, tourism potentials, two of the largest airfields in the whole Solomon Islands region, being Balalai Airport and Mono Airport, as well as the most sought-after element of them all. We have an abundance of gold. Mr. Speaker, I am determined to fully utilize these potentials to the fullest, chip in and put a share of our contribution to the economical growth of this country in the immediate future. First, for the benefit of my people, and then as a nation as a whole. With the backdrop of the remote isolation and high cost, climate change, rise in sea level, high population growth, and impacts of the Bougainville crisis on the education of the children who are now adults in Shortlands, and the growing political differences over the past years has left a dent in the progress of human development for my people, particularly the young people of Shortlands constituency. Although we share common heritage with our blood relatives of autonomous region of Bougainville, this does not mean that we can depend on the cultural exchange of smoked fish at their markets of Buin and Arawa. But we need to develop our human resources to turn our timber resources, fish resources, and beautiful islands into income generation for the greater percentage of the population of young people. These resources are yet to be developed and need the appropriate technologies and training to turn these resources into income. I wish to thank the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force for their presence in Kulitanai, Harapa and Fauru in making a once porous border now maintained with law and order, and our people are moving around in freedom and safety along the border. With the presence of the government immigration officer traveling across the border to our people to continue practice their cultural traditions is possible to alleviate the impacts of the challenges that I had just described earlier. I also thank the Catholic Church, Parish in Nila, for their pastoral work in the Shortlands, supporting education, health, and the spiritual development of its members. Here also, I give thanks to village chiefs who allowed the campaigning to take place within the villages, allowing the women to cook and hold custom ceremonies to our custom is very strong, and our chiefly system stood the test of time and still binds our relationships as clans who live and work together, forming the constituency of Shortlands. Mr. Speaker, I stand here and attest that the youth of the constituency, with the support of the elders of the community, elected me to be their voice in the National Parliament of Solomon Islands. The youths are the human resources for which, when developed and supported, become the carrier of the older generation and be trusted to be leaders even in Parliament, as I am here as the elected member of Shortlands constituency. The largest sector of my constituency is the youths, ranging from 15 years to 35 years. Our journey to Parliament, as I told you, is not an easy, but they trusted me and the support of my family to represent them in Parliament and bring them the much needed tools and training they are waiting for to take them through development plan of the Shortlands constituency in the next 4 years. Our young people have been left out of the labour mobility scheme for the past years, as it had been a priority program in the past for the constituency, although the rest of the country had recorded millions of dollars of revenue for the country as a whole, and individual families built houses and paid school fees for their children for what they earned whilst working overseas. The young people are ready to participate in the preparations towards this program, as they had not been supported in the past for meeting their costs of passports and other costs associated. There is no constituency funding support for sports development or tournaments in the constituency for the past 10 years, and this has left our sport field to be turned into cattle paddock. Although the government had paid for the school fees for tertiary level education, however, there are students who are still waiting to graduate since 2021 due to outstanding school fees. Mr. Speaker, I am here because of their cries. Mr. Speaker, sir, women's development programs are still yet to begin, as it had been left not prioritized for the past 10 or so years. Women are still continuing to fundraise on their own. Much needed training is available through projects from outside, but not through the Shortlands constituency. Agricultural development is only an on and off sector in Shortlands. Therefore, due to wild pigs eating the gardens, the people have no option but to buy potatoes, taro, banana, vegetables, and other food crops from the Buin market. There is also a growing market for the betel-nut fruit of Bougainville. However, there is yet to be established quarantine processes to treat the fruit and issue certificates to declare that there is no pest present in the consignment and be allowed to enter Solomon Islands. The rehabilitation of cattle farms that are now overgrazing into people's gardens are still in need for bigger pastures as their numbers has grown and the land of Magusai is experiencing the competition of pastoral grass, coconut plantation and market gardens for the growing populations. This brings to the forefront of the establishment of the Farmer Trust Board, who holds the perpetual estate title of 124 lands in the Shortlands that had been returned to the original landowners, of which the FDTB was to lease out for farming, business and churches. After independence, the government also had surveyed and returned blocks of land to the people of Shortlands during the 1980s as part of the Ministry of Agriculture and Lands policy to develop coconut and cocoa plantations according to the 6th Development Plan of Solomon Islands. After the abolishment of the area councils, these lands were later pursued by the Farmer Trust Board for the return of alienated land to original landowners for the development according to the grant instrument, which is the lands document. Mr. Speaker, sir, the establishment of the Lands Committee and the policy of the government to assist land to be returned to development is a great avenue for my people, especially for agricultural development and expansion, thereby enabling the young adults to secure funding for the rehabilitation of their coconut and cocoa plantations. Fish folks, both men and women, have already been given boats and engine, but they need to have access to appropriate equipment that can store their fresh fish at low temperatures. Thus, solar power generators and standby generators are needed to store them for the journey to markets in Honiara and Buin Market. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker, but I am here because we had worked together for the many years, helping each other as we hustled together to put food on the table. Yes, I am capable to unite the people of Shortlands, continue to work with them, continue to work with the Farmer Trust Board and develop Shortlands with their priorities and programs. As Minister of Home Affairs, I would like to further elaborate. Home Affairs is one of the social sector ministries of the government, and our vision is an optimal and sustainable socio-economic well-being for Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight here that my ministry will fully utilize its strategic approaches of team dynamics and research realignment to be able to deliver milestone achievements for both the 100 Days program and the policy statements for the Government of National Unity and Transformation. Mr. Speaker, my ministry programs diversify under various industries, namely non-government organizations, civil registry, gaming and lotteries, citizenship, cinematography, Constituency Boundaries Commission, sports and recreation, sports policy development, independence anniversaries, and support to government of the local government, the Honiara City Council. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight the following GNAT policy priority objectives that my ministry's fundamental and transformational priority programs. The development of the policies on non-government organizations, the establishment and operation of NGOs in Solomon Islands has been since the last 40 years without a proper policy framework mechanism to govern responsibilities and obligations of both international and national NGOs. While NGOs need to be fit for the future, they have not been properly administered. by an adequate, effective, specific policy or legislation. The initiative to develop a policy to administer NGOs in Solomon Islands is a step forward on the part of the Ministry to ensure that NGOs in Solomon Islands are effectively and efficiently administered under a comprehensive and inclusive policy framework. This policy initiative is progress to ensure that the following are achieved. The government is in control and therefore have oversight over NGOs in Solomon Islands. NGOs will no longer be an opposition or enemy to the government, but key partners to social and economical developments. There is policy mechanism that facilitates the government's relationship between NGOs, SEOs, and the government. There is an improved service delivery by NGOs, SEOs, as they strive to fulfill their mandates. There is an adequate level of transparency and accountability within the NGO, SEO sector. Government is fully informed and not sidestepped anymore in most development issues involved by NGOs. And there will be more incentive offered within our tax regime that will make voluntary donations for charitable and related purposes more attractive investment. Mr. Speaker, my ministry, through the Constituency Boundaries Commission, has reviewed the Constituency Boundaries Commission report of 2009 and produced the final review report that will be ready for deliberation soon by Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, sir, my ministry supports the restructure of the Solomon Islands National Council, NSC, to manage the 2023 Pacific Sports Games facilities. My ministry and NSC will be taking on full responsibility for the new facilities built for the 2023 Pacific Games in the not too distant future. This requires a significant increase in budget to ensure that they are maintained and used, that income can be generated. The Ministry and NSC are mandated to develop sports and recreation across the country, and with the Solomon Islands National Sports Recreation Policy 2021 to 2035, the NSC Strategic Intent 2023-2035 will ensure that provinces are developed as they had been left behind in the sports and recreation area. Excuse me. 7 of the 11 facilities built in the 2023 Pacific Games were handed over to the NSC on 1st May 2024. These are the Friendship Hall, National Aquatic Center, National Tennis Center, National Stadium, Training Track, National Hockey Center, Yumi Water Sports. Mr. Speaker, events identified to use the facilities are in the following category. First, sports events such as national federations, SINU, KG School, KG6 School, community and businesses. And these include national championship leagues, national finals, international events, school championships and leagues, university championships and leagues, community championships and leagues, and team building events, conferences, meetings, workshops, and seminars. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. Church gatherings and conventions, festivals, school activities, university graduations. To sum it all up, it can be used for multiple purposes and tasks, including comedy shows, plays, dance competitions, and etc. I would like to refer to Small Malaita, Minister of Honorable Small Malaita, where him say, him warina no good disola facilities and become one of the white elephants of the other regions of the world. Keep in mind that these facilities are a blessing and a curse at the same time too. So on that note, from the list given here, I think these facilities are a blessing for people of Solomon Islands, where NCD is on the rise to this time, and as soon as everything's sorted out, me wish for each and every one of Parliament to forgo take run law sport facilities here or swimming pool there, and privilege blame me. I think I keep it short there. Under my ministry, Honolulu City Council and MID, planting of trees. Honolulu City must be kept green and more trees must be planted in the city area. Now it appears to be the opposite, where more trees are being cut. HCC will be consulting and working closely with MID to ensure that the Honolulu City is kept clean and green. Highways and roads. Mr. Speaker, the main roads in Honiara to be swept and kept clean at all times. HCC and MID to collaborate on this and take the necessary measures in ensuring that the road debris are cleaned and the road dust are reduced. And a mechanical vehicle, street sweeper vehicle, will be acquired to routinely clean the Honiara city boundary areas for attracting tourists to come looking beautiful Honiara blame. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Honolulu City main roads have street signs and road directions. This is important to control traffic and pedestrians. Mental patients. Mr. Speaker, I am in collaboration with my minister here, good Minister of Health, for tackling the growing problem where I'm so obvious the town blame staka mental manner around Old Butler Road to Mas. So, mind you, they will be collaborating, and soon by cabinet paper will come out for a place for facilitating the people and Putumota, and for finding too what the root causes now the people what the Kasimota for roam around and lose the mind lota. Honolulu City Ordinance. Mr. Speaker, the Honolulu City Ordinance to be effectively enforced by the Honolulu City enforcement officers. Now HCC has an increase in enforcement officer and more resources should be made available to them, especially logistic support. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my wonderful wife and kids, brothers and sisters, for their love and support during my campaign, to my mother, Caroline Laure, for giving me this mite of blood, and for not forgetting my grand-uncle, Alisa L. Laure, for his knowledge, guidance, and experience throughout my campaign journey. Rekonasoma, meregunasoma. On that note, I would like to conclude and say, may God bless Solomon Islands from shore to shore with this 12th Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, with these remarks, I support the motion and I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let me now give the floor to the MP for North East Kurokanal.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to sincerely thank you for giving me this honor to contribute on the motion moved by the Prime Minister that at the adjournment of Parliament on Monday, 17th of June 24, the present meeting shall be concluded and Parliament shall then stand adjourned. Sine-Die. Sir, as we gather to conclude, I think 2 more hours to go, I feel a deep sense of gratitude and pride. First and foremost, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the constituents of Northeast Guadalcanal for entrusting me with the honor of representing our nation. Their support has been instrumental, Speaker, and I'm dedicated to work tirelessly, week by week, promise them to fulfill their aspirations, their goals, to be aligned with the broader objectives. And I'm proud to say that their aspirations are enshrined in our Government for National Unity and Transformation programs, and will be diligently pursued to ensure their realization. Speaker, sir, it is with heartfelt gratitude and immense honor that I stand here today to also express appreciation for the support and dedication that of my party that have shown towards me, the Kandere Party. Their commitment, belief in our shared vision has been instrumental. Success and progress thus far, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the countless hours of hard work, sacrifice, dedication that each and every one of them has contributed to our cause. From the grassroots volunteers who tirelessly canvassed documents, to the party strategists who meticulously crafted our messages, and to the donors who generously supported our endeavors. It is your collective efforts that have propelled us forward. Today, as I stand here on the precipice of a new era, it is crucial to recognize that the journey of the party is far from over. Together we have laid that solid foundation, but yes, there is still much work to be done. Sir, I now wish to thank the coalition parties, our party, People First, for our collaboration, support, and mutual respect in forming of the new Government for National Unity and Transformation, GNUT. I would also like to again reassure my coalition leaders that I, as Parliamentary Wing Leader for Kandere Party, will maintain and discharge my roles, responsibilities, and duties as a loyal member of the GNUT coalition. So, to my good people of Northeast Korengal constituency, I will ensure in the 4 years that there is continuity, consistency, and realignment of all our development project and work plans that was set in 2019 prior to me being ousted in a petition will be maintained during this term 2024 to 2028, Mr. Speaker. I am fully aware of the challenges associated with this role, but I'm committed to approaching this role with humility, foresight, and strategic thinking. This role as a Member of Parliament is characterized by a high calling. Leadership is a noble calling. Against such a backdrop, once again, I promise to lead my constituency, navigate with them in uncharted waters for the betterment and advancement of Northeast Korengal constituency. So I will be brief. I have cancelled a lot of the notes that I presented here because of the time frame and the time limitation. I'll be rushing through this. Mr. Speaker, the House will agree with me that the primary role of a Member of Parliament is to pass good laws here on this floor. Put it another way, the Parliament is the highest law-making body operating based on the legal principle of separation of powers, among other legal bases. The Parliament also would agree, and I quote, is the core institution of representative democracy. Sir, I quote, Pratibha Patil, an Indian politician and lawyer who served as the 12th President of India from 2007 to 2012, once said, and I quote, Parliament is the repository of the sovereign will of the people and its successful functioning is a joint responsibility of both the government and the opposition, end of quote. I am looking forward to more effective engagement on the floor of this 12th Parliament, and I beg all colleagues sitting here right now with all your hearts, let us make the 12th Parliament a memorable one. Fruitful, effective legislative making, where good laws are passed for the betterment and advancement of this nation. Speaker, sir, let me cut a corner. I'll be brief now. By shifting the focus to the mandate of my ministry. Thank you, Prime Minister, for entrusting me to lead the Ministry of Traditional Governance, Peace, and Ecclesiastical Affairs. The ministry was established decades ago to promote peace, harmony in country, integrating ecclesiastical insights into governance and community development. These aspects will not be merely ceremonial, they will be integral to the socio-economic fabric of our communities. Speaker, sir, our traditional governance structures will continue to be the bedrock of community cohesion and local administration. By strengthening these structures, my ministry will facilitate better decision-making process at the grassroots level. The empowerment of local leaders will ensure that development initiatives are tailored to the specific needs and aspirations of the communities we serve. Speaker, sir, peace and stability will be prerequisites for any economic activity. My ministry's conflict resolution and peace-building efforts will create an environment where business can thrive and attract investment. On ecclesiastical affairs, often seen as purely spiritual, we will play a crucial role in community development. The involvement of religious organizations in social and economic initiatives will prove to be highly effective. Churches and religious institutions will be entrusted entities in our communities, and their participation in development projects will enhance their reach and impact. Let me quote this one here. My ministry has been tasked within the first 100 days with the following undertakings. A, number one, review the Traditional Governance and Customs Facilitation Bill to meet the Bills and Legislations Committee recommendations. Review of the proposed constitutional amendments to make provisions for the establishment of the Traditional Governance and Customary Land Bill. Sir, in order to effectively progress these two policy statements, my ministry will liaise with the Office of the Prime Minister and Cabinet on the establishment of a Cabinet subcommittee to drive the traditional governance and customary land law priority flagship policies. Such multi-ministerial establishment is important because the reform which captures the relationship between traditional governance and customary land is complicated and cuts grounds of the mandate of various ministries. Speaker, sir, I find it necessary now to address the matter raised by the Honourable MP for West Makira regarding the rejection of the Traditional Governance and Customs Facilitation Bill 2018. This decision was not taken lightly and reflects our commitment to ensuring that any legislation related to traditional governance is thoroughly considered and aligned with the best interests of our nation. Speaker, sir, the rejection of the bill highlights several critical points. Firstly, it underscores the importance of a thoughtful and deliberate approach to legislation affecting our traditional governance systems. Rushing into such matters without proper consultation and consideration would undermine the structures we aim to strengthen. Traditional governance is deeply rooted in our customs and practices, and any legislative framework must respect and uphold this foundation. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the rejection of the bill emphasizes the necessity of engaging with local communities and chiefs. These stakeholders are the custodians of our traditions and customs. It is imperative that any proposed legislation aligns with their practices and receives their support. Thirdly, the rejection of the bill provides an invaluable opportunity for further dialogue and refinement. We must take this time to address the concerns of experts and stakeholders, ensuring that any future iteration of the bill is comprehensive and beneficial. Sir, there has been a nationwide consultation that was being conducted between 2020 and 22. Additionally, the ministry needs to hire a technical assistant consultant to work on drafting a policy on this bill. The ministry envisions that if the policy can be drafted this year and approved, drafting instructions can then be expected possibly early next year, Speaker. Therefore, within the first 100 days to advance the bill further, my ministry will consult with Cabinet, enabling the subcommittee to work closely with the ministry. Sir, other crucial undertakings for the first 100 days include conduct medium-term review of the 2021-2025 Solomon Islands Government Strategic Partnership Framework with Ecclesiastical Institution, commence review on the National Peace Building Policy. So now will be my last one, imperative to address the acquisition of Levis LSL Limited Estates on Russell Plantation Limited. As the Minister for Traditional Governance, former signatory to the TPA, I am here to articulate the government's commitment to this decision. The acquisition is not merely a financial transaction, but a profound step towards reclaiming what is rightfully ours, fostering peace and securing the economic future for this country. The outlay of $140 million for this acquisition is indeed significant. However, the impact of this investment transcends monetary terms. It represents an invaluable step towards peace and ecclesiastical harmony for Solomon Islands. The decision is about restoring the land to its rightful owners, the people of Solomon Islands, the people of Russell and Mifal people of Golkana. It is a decision rooted in justice, Mr. Speaker, historical rectification, unfinished business of the TPA, and bona fide demands of the people of Guadalcanal, and the vision of a prosperous future for our citizens and the nation as a whole. Speaker, sir, it is essential for me to address concerns about the financial aspects of this acquisition. These concerns are unfounded and serve as a smokescreen by others to stir dissent. Learning from the recent civil unrest, this proposed acquisition continues the government's long-standing commitment to placing peace and ecclesiastical consideration at the forefront of the national agenda. The economic benefits, while substantial, are secondary to the overarching goal of restoring ownership to the people and promoting peace, stability, and national unity. The land in question has been in the hands of foreign entities for too long. Reclaiming it is just a necessary act to ensure that our future generations can thrive on their ancestral lands. Speaker, Mifalake Mlania Kambike. It is disheartening, Speaker, to hear people opposing to this acquisition. Such rejection by others is unconsignable, Speaker. To suggest without holding this purchase is to deny the people of Russell and Guadalcanal their rightful heritage. It is to perpetuate a history of exploitation and injustice. Anybody that presents opposition stance overlooks the moral and ethical imperatives that guides this decision. It's not just about economics. It's about justice, fairness, and restoring dignity to my people. Speaker, the government's decision is not hasty, but well considered and strategically sound. From experience, not acquiring the rightful ownership of the land may cause disruption and unrest, and an occurrence we have recently witnessed and found unacceptable. The claims are baseless, fear-mongering tactics that are objectionable to the peaceful existence of my beloved province, our country, our families, and our children, from the east side of Guadalcanal to the west side of Guadalcanal. This includes the land inside northeast Guadalcanal, includes Ruavatu land and all those lands. Our intention is clear: to foster peace, promote stability, and ensure a harmonious transition of ownership that benefits Solomon Islands. Speaker, I urge those who are not willing and who have complained about the 140 million to reconsider their stance and join us, the people of Russell and Guadalcanal, in our righteous endeavor to work together, reclaim our heritage, promote peace, and secure a prosperous future for this country. Speaker, this is not just a financial decision. It is a moral imperative, a step towards justice, and a commitment to the well-being of the people of Russell and Guadalcanal. Sir, I am joining other members of Parliament to say thank you to the donors for helping us to develop our country going forward. Without our donors, economic development would be much harsher. Our donors have helped us as well during our joint elections. Though challenging, donors continue to help our state, non-state actors and villages that realize our socio-economic development aspirations as well. Sir, allow me to highlight that Solomon Islands is a recipient of the United Nations Peace Building Fund. On behalf of my ministry, I thank them for that. Hence, while I wish to acknowledge the on-ground role of the UN agencies in peace-building undertakings in Solomon Islands, as far as my ministry is concerned, there is a need for more collaboration between my ministry and these agencies to ensure national ownership for effective implementation of the mandate of my ministry, which focuses on peace building. Sir, before I resume my seat, allow me to re-emphasize, it is commonly said that there is no vision without a mission, or vice versa. Mission and vision must be characterized by gratitude. There is a song by Melody Beattie, and I quote, "Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow." Speaker, sir, the interrelations between gratitude, vision, and mission must guide the ways we see the past, present, and future. In this way, we'll make this 12th Parliament a medium of a memorable journey, leaving legacies in this House. Sir, once again, I thank my good people of Northeast Guadalcanal. With these few remarks, I sincerely thank you, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Honourable MP for Northeast Guadalcanal. Let me give the floor first to the lady, Honourable MP for Gela, and the Minister for Culture and Tourism.
Thank you for recognizing the member for Gela constituency, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, esteemed colleague ministers, distinguished members of Parliament, and fellow citizens. Thank you for allowing me time to present my maiden speech to this Honourable House and as my contribution to the motion of Sine-Die, which was tabled by the Prime Minister, MP for Kiahograno and Havulane. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today with immense pride and honour to address this Honourable House as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Gela constituency in the 12th Parliament and as the Minister for Culture and Tourism in the Coalition for National Unity and Transformation government. This moment is a significant milestone, not only in my personal journey on my political career, but also in the collective journey of the people of my constituency of Gela. Mr. Speaker, sir, foremost, I would like to congratulate your good self on your new term in office as Speaker of this Honourable 12th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, it would also be prudent of me to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister for your election as our Prime Minister and the Parliamentary Wing Leader of the Government and National Unity and Transformation Coalition. Mr. Speaker, sir, to the leaders of the Opposition and Independent Group, colleague Honourable Ministers and Members of Parliament, I congratulate each and every one of you for your offices and your successful election into Parliament as MPs and as Crown Ministers. We all have expectations to achieve, hence the higher responsibility to discharge. Mr. Speaker, sir, more importantly, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the people of Gela constituency. Your trust and confidence in me to represent you in this Honourable House is a privilege I do not take lightly. Your support throughout the election process was unwavering, and it is your voices, your hopes, and your aspirations that have brought me here today. I promise to carry your trust with the utmost integrity, dedication, and commitment. I will ensure that the concerns and ideas of the people of Gela are brought to this House and that your needs are addressed with transparency and accountability. Thank you very much for believing in me despite the odds. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must assure my people of Gela that we have serious business to implement. And I wish to call on all the Gela land and resource owners and chiefs to work closely with the constituency office and offer your consent for our proposed road networks to Sunfly Bonvesta, Big and Small Gela to start. This must be achieved within the coming 4 years. The integration of the constituency development growth centres to the provincial clustered ward development centres is a critical pathway to boost our local economy that will support initiatives that promote tourism, fisheries, agriculture, and small businesses, thereby creating jobs and fostering entrepreneurship. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must also raise for the records that constituency growth development centres should be acquired formally if the land is a non-registered customary one and the government through the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Survey or CDF should accommodate such costs for registering the land. Otherwise, registered land is the preferred choice for continuity and certainty of properties and assets belonging to the constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, with that said, I am confident that my constituency and my people of Gela are poised to positively engage the rural agro-fisheries, economic activities and tourism to contribute to the growth of the national economy of our nation. On this note, I wish to assure my people of the slogan, "Product of Gela," will be translated very soon on the Gela all-round root crop, commonly known as pana. Only 2 islands in Solomon Islands are well known for this root crop, Gela and Small Malaita. We need to involve and engage the rural land and resource owners to ensure we drive the people's participation on the sustainable growth of rural economies. Not forgetting education, healthcare, and other social services and infrastructures will be my top priority as well. Mr. Speaker, sir, on rural scales of economies, it is vital that community or village economies be vibrant and robust with people's active participation in the productive sectors. This can only be achieved through our constituency and provincial strength, which is on agriculture, copra, cocoa, pana, and other emerging crops like kava, chili, peanuts, ginger, sweet lemons, citrus, and so on, fisheries snapper, and other coastal fishes. Tourism is to be revisited and potential to be explored. The founding father of India, as one of the bases in his economic growth pillars, stated to the effect that if a nation invests and grows its village economies in various scales, then the national economy will grow. Mr. Speaker, sir, the provincial center, Tulagi, is on an island and is on my constituency of Gela, and it is a tourism destination that is yet to be fully exploited and given proper value for enjoyment by our domestic and international tourism market. It is very close to Honiara, which hosts the international airport, being the entry point for international tourists. Despite the proximity, those wishing to get to Tulagi face the challenge of the lack of reasonable, quality, comfortable, and safe shipping or boat transfer services. This needs to be addressed immediately as part of the destination product development, which includes access to sites and other amenities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Tulagi and Anuha Islands cannot be ignored by the tourism sector of Solomon Islands. Anuha used to be a premier resort on northwest Gela. If revived, it should contribute to the revitalization and growth of the tourism industry to another level in Solomon Islands. My ministry is re-engaging with the Anuha Island land trustees and explore the possibility of redeveloping the resort. Similarly, Tulagi Island itself is a museum of the history and the Second World War in Solomon Islands, as we all know. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also wish to highlight here that the current Tulagi No. 1 House restoration project by my ministry is a welcome tourism infrastructure for the heritage and tourism development on the island. Upon its completion, the infrastructure will host a living museum of the then British Solomon Islands Protectorate and the Second World War in Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a member of the Government of National Unity and Transformation Coalition, I am extremely delighted to have the trust of the Prime Minister to have been appointed as the Minister of Culture and Tourism. Despite the many challenges ahead and new in this role, today I address you with a deep sense of purpose and optimism for the future of our beloved, beautiful Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Minister for Culture and Tourism, I am driven by a vision and a dream to transform our tourism sector into a pivotal force for our country's socio-economic development. Our happy isles are blessed with unparalleled natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and warm, hospitable people. Yet, to unlock the full potential of our tourism sector, we must embrace a fresher perspective and demonstrate unwavering commitment. Mr. Speaker, sir, tourism is more than an economic activity. It is a conduit for a sustainable development, cultural exchange, and community empowerment. It offers a pathway to diversify our economy, create jobs, and foster greater national unity and pride. However, realizing these benefits demands that we, as a government, prioritize tourism as a key sector in our national development agenda. Mr. Speaker, sir, I appeal to you, my esteemed colleagues, to support this vision with the same fervor and dedication that I bring to my ministry. Our tourism sector needs a fresh perspective, one that integrates modern innovation with our traditional values, promotes sustainability, and empowers our local communities. To achieve this transformation, we must commit to investing in tourism, supporting infrastructure, improving and diversifying our product offerings, encouraging investment in high-quality accommodation, undertaking aggressive and effective marketing and promotion activities, conducting ongoing skills training, and encouraging local participation in the industry, encouraging domestic tourism, improving cruises sector, promoting sustainable tourism practices, and protecting our cultural heritage, among other things. Mr. Speaker, sir, most of these priorities are captured in the policy statement of the GNAT government, and I am committed to drive these changes during my tenure as the Minister for Culture and Tourism. Mr. Speaker, sir, before the COVID-19 pandemic, our tourism sector was on a promising trajectory. Visitor arrivals were growing at an impressive rate of 7% year-on-year, reaching a notable 30,000 visitors. This growth for a testament to our country's increasing appeal as a unique and desirable tourist destination, supported by our efforts in marketing, infrastructure development, and product diversification. Mr. Speaker, sir, however, like many other destinations globally, the Solomon Islands tourist sector was severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The enforced travel restrictions and border closures led to a drastic decline in visitor numbers, significantly affecting our tourism industry and the livelihoods dependent on it. In July 2022, we took a significant step towards recovery by reopening our borders to international visitors. This move marked the beginning of a new chapter for our tourism sector, and I am happy to report that the visitor numbers have been rebounding and are gradually picking up. Mr. Speaker, sir, since the reopening, we have observed a steady increase in tourist arrivals. While the recovery has been gradual, the positive trend is clear. While we are not yet back to pre-pandemic levels, the progress we have made is encouraging. The current trend suggests that we are on the right path to full recovery by end of 2025. Our aim is not only return to the previous growth trajectory, but to surpass it, achieving new heights in our tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this juncture, I would like to highlight an important project my ministry is implementing with the support of the United States Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC, threshold program on accessing land for investment facilitation in the Solomon Islands. This project is pivotal in attracting high-value investors to our nation, particularly through the identification and profiling of high-potential tourism investable sites in Central and Guadalcanal provinces. Access to land has long been a complex issue in the Solomon Islands, posing significant barriers to investment and development. The MCC's program is helping us address these challenges by working on reforms and improvements in land registration, tenure security, and dispute resolution. These efforts are crucial in creating a more predictable and transparent environment for investors. In tandem with these reforms, the MCC is also supporting us in enhancing our investment facilitation capabilities. This includes simplifying regulatory processes, improving the ease of doing businesses, and creating a more investor-friendly climate by reducing bureaucratic hurdles and providing clearer guidelines. We are making it easier for both domestic and international investors to participate in our economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, a key highlight of this collaboration is the development of 45 tourism investment-ready sites in Guadalcanal and Central Island Province. These sites have been carefully selected and prepared to attract high-end tourism investments. The readiness of these sites represents a significant milestone in our efforts to boost tourism infrastructure and capacity. The completion of these sites is imminent, and we are gearing up to promote them to potential investors. These locations offer immense potential for luxury resorts, ecotourism ventures, and other high-end tourism projects. By attracting such investments, we aim to elevate our tourism offerings, create job opportunities, and generate substantial economic benefits for our local communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, moving on to our culture, arts and heritage sector. These are the souls of the Solomon Islands. Our culture defines our identity and connects us to our ancestors. To preserve, protect, and promote our culture heritage, we will focus on supporting cultural preservation projects, promoting cultural festivals and events, supporting artists and cultural practitioners, supporting cultural exchange programs, and integrating culture and tourism to ensure that our cultural heritage is a key component of our tourism offerings. By doing so, we create a unique and authentic experience for visitors while providing economic opportunities for our cultural communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, last week I was in Hawaii attending the Festival of Pacific Arts and Cultural, FESPAC. This was truly an enriching and inspiring experience for me, and it was a profound honor to represent our beautiful Solomon Islands. At such a prestigious gathering that celebrates the diverse and vibrant cultures of the Pacific. As we speak, more than 80 local cultural practitioners, artists, and performers are proudly showcasing our unique and diverse cultures that is captivating the audience in Hawaii. The energy and enthusiasm displayed by the performers were truly infectious. As I watched the performances, I was filled with immense pride in our cultural heritage. The ceremony was not only a celebration, but also a reminder of the importance of preserving and promoting our cultural traditions. One of the key takeaways from our discussions was the unanimous recognition of the critical role that culture plays in the identity, unity, and development of our nations. Mr. Speaker, sir, my participation in FESPAC was reinforced by commitment to the cultural sector of the Solomon Islands. The experiences and insights gained from the festival, particularly from the meeting of the Pacific Ministers for Cultural and the opening ceremony, have provided invaluable perspectives that will inform our cultural policies and initiatives moving forward. Honourable Speaker, colleague ministers of the Crown, members of Parliament and fellow citizens, in conclusion, I wish to say that the journey ahead is filled with promise and potential. By focusing on these key policies areas that I have highlighted, we can develop a vibrant tourism sector that drives economic growth and enhances the livelihoods of our people. Simultaneously, we will safeguard and celebrate our rich cultural heritage, ensuring it remains a source of pride and inspiration for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, with these remarks, I wish to thank you once again for giving me the floor and for your attention, and I look forward to working with all of you to make the vision of tourism development a reality. Kolotogao Tagyo Sulingata, I will now resume my seat.
Thank you. Well, let me have the last two members of Parliament please watch it that the Prime Minister has wound up the motion in time for us to move on to our in this induction program at the Heritage Park. So I'll first of all give you the Honourable MP for Central Makira and Minister of Fisheries, and then I'll take the MP for Pulau Ugi as our last contribution to the motion. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for recognizing MP for Central Makira. And also thank you, Honourable colleague for Ugi for allowed to take the floor. For contribute to the motion of Sine-Die moved by the Prime Minister. And it reads that at the adjournment of Parliament on Monday 17 June 2024, the present meeting shall be concluded and Parliament shall then stand adjourned. Sine-Die. So let me go straight to the 100 days policy statement of Ministry of Fisheries that covers key areas that the government for national unity and transformation prioritizes and seeks to address within its initial period in office. These priorities are broadly encompassed under the following key pillars: the economy, good governance, national unity, and human capital development. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries policy area entails economy and falls under the pillar growing our economy through socio-economic transformations. So 5 policy statements were identified for my ministry to deliver on or to progress during the first 100 days of the TNAT. This includes to review existing fishing arrangements, license fees, and long-line and patient fisheries and FSMA, PNA arrangements within Solomon Islands, EZ, and HISIS. To review and strengthen fishery center services in all provinces. Update on Malu and Bina Harbour program. To review and develop funding support scheme for commercial fisheries, including seaweed. And to finalize aquaculture export protocols, including seaweed, mud crab, coconut crab, and wild aquatics. Mr. Speaker, the fisheries agreements within our bilateral partners and companies are the basis of our revenue collection. Because these agreements, among other things, concern sale of our fishing days, it is important that we must review to ensure the terms and conditions of these arrangements, including fees charged, reflect the true status of the exploitation of our resources. This will be delivered before end of the 100 days. So over 90% of our revenue are collected from the sale of fishing days under 3 key arrangements. First, through agreements with commercial companies or group of companies that form themselves in an association. Second, through sale of days through US treaty arrangements, and thirdly, through parties to no agreement arrangements, namely under FSM arrangement, pooling arrangements. Days sold to these arrangements depends on company needs. Purchase of annual fishing license was no longer entertained since 2010. The second policy area we have committed ourselves with constant strengthening of the services provided by our fisheries centers in all provinces. It has always been our aim that our fisheries centers provides the platform to enable business undertaking in the fisheries sector in our communities. Our last review of the performance of our centers has showed more is desired to ensure our fisheries centers deliver the expected services to our people. In the light of this, we have collaborated with the World Fish Centre, SINU, UNCLOS of Australia, and University of Wollongong to develop fish handling programs that will address livelihood, food safety and fish loss and waste to ensure high quality of fisheries product for our people. Whilst the program will be beyond the first 100 days of GNAT in power, it reflects our intent to ensure fisheries contribute meaningfully to the livelihood and well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, the Bina Harbour processing plant, whilst we cannot deliver in the first 100 days, it remains our highest priority. Its inclusion in the first 100 days speaks of its importance as a socio-economic transformative project that will stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and attract bigger investments. The current analysis out by our transactional advisor, IFC, puts the total cost of Bina to be around $200 million to construct a suitable tuna port, develop supporting utilities, and prepare a fisheries operation and processing precinct. To secure this total cost, we are actively engaging with our development partners and potential investors. Despite the huge capital needed to undertake that required infrastructure at Bina, we are determined to have the Bina processing plant become operational in 2027. Our fourth policy to review and to develop funding support scheme for commercial fisheries continues to reflect our seriousness to ensure our people benefit from these resources. We intend to develop such scheme for seaweed farming, tilapia, and sea cucumbers. Mr. Speaker, our final policy in the first 100 days of China deals with export of our fisheries products to China. On this, we are supporting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and External Trade, who leads us in this space to ensure we meet the general administrations of customs of the People's Republic of China, quarantine and sanitary requirements of fisheries products to be exported to China. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this Honourable House that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have made our latest submissions to China, and we await PRC's response on our submissions to conclude these protocols. Mr. Speaker, these 100 days policies will be governed by these general principles that will guide us over the next 4 years. All development undertakings shall be for economic growth. Our people shall engage actively in all entrepreneurial undertakings. Investors shall not be buyers only, but shall involve themselves in the active growth of any sectoral industry. The government shall ensure investors are supported strongly to ensure industry growth. All developments are premised on sustainable fisheries. The Fisheries Management Act 2015 is the principal fisheries law and the basis of management and development of our fisheries and aquaculture resources. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is the biggest contributor of non-tax revenue, and we are hopeful of what I have outlined here with regards to the implementation of a 100 days policy statement will contribute to the economic growth of this country. Sir, let me turn now to the observations of the elections 2024. I'd like for me to give a special thank you lot of people blow me Central Makira constituency for mandating me for the third term in Parliament. Even though there are challenges of political influence in Central Makira constituency, Mr. Speaker, the result speaks for itself. Will I conclude in our statement where I'm going to finish that there are many campaigns that happen in constituencies, each constituencies. But we must not forget that other constituencies, politics below them different, yeah? From constituency to constituency or province by province. So telling me inside another constituency and me campaign or me doing launching, we must be cautious about the culture, the law, and the source where him exists inside law, each constituencies. And politicians, Mr. Speaker, are people who strive to win elections. Him now we blow politicians. Leaders are people who strive to secure the next generation. And me, mandated come here as a leader, I strive with my people to secure the next generation. So thank you for the trust and confidence you have given me for the third term in Parliament. We will continue to work together. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. We now give the floor to Honourable MP for Ulawa Ugi to contribute to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for finally recognizing the member for Ulawa Ugi. Stand up, sit down. Come start to enjoy to Speaker. Anyway, thank you, Speaker, for finally allowing me to contribute to this motion raised by the Prime Minister that on the adjournment of Parliament on Monday the 17th, which is today, the President meeting will conclude and Parliament will start adjourned in the day. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to first congratulate you on your re-election. This is a statement of the strong confidence and trust that we all still have in you to continue commanding the conduct of this House. I therefore wish you and your family God's guidance and blessings. On this note, I would also like to congratulate your deputy, the Honourable Member for West Kodaikanal, for his selection as your assistant. The wealth of experience, as we know he has from being a Premier himself in the past, will certainly well equip him and to provide the equal level of support and output that is expected in this Honourable House. I therefore also wish him God's blessings and guidance. Further still, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to use this moment to officially congratulate our Honourable Prime Minister for his election. We know, Prime Minister, that you have made history by becoming the first Prime Minister to have hailed from our beloved province of the peace-loving people of Isabel. We, the people of Ulawanagi constituency, congratulate you and also wish you and your family God's wisdom and guidance as you lead our nation. To the leaders of the official opposition and the independent groups, I also congratulate the two of you, my good friends and colleagues, for your elections and for the highly esteemed tasks that you now bear to keep the government in check and balance. Your groups and members are the shadow government that will play the vital role in the exercise of true democracy in this House and in this country. I also wish you and your families God's wisdom and guidance. To all members of Parliament sitting on both sides of the House, congratulations, colleagues. Getting into this House is not an easy task, as we have known and experienced, but we have all proven ourselves capable and worthy of the challenge. So here we are. Bravo. Colleagues, winning is just the first hurdle in this battle for supremacy, power, and influence. Now is the real challenge. This is where all the assessments begin, as we will stand a trial to testify to the nation and to the people we represent if what we have promised them during our quest to be here in this honorable House will ever be delivered. Therefore, it is imperative that we set our government in place and act to reposition our economy to how we did it appropriate, to set the stage for our planned actions and deliverables going forward. We have started off the 12th Parliament well, say, with the presentation of our current economic status and the fiscal policy by the Finance Minister. Our economic outlook for this year and in the medium term has been revealed with mitigation measures that will be employed. As we know, our economy and our country have been going through a lot of challenges with cash flow problems and slow growth rate since the COVID pandemic. Despite all these challenges, however, the Finance Minister on Monday last week assured us with a glimpse of hope that not all is gloomy, that our economy on the positive note is projected to grow this year by 2.5% in real GDP, which will be driven by some expected positive movements in the fisheries, mining, and agriculture sectors. But as emphasized by the Finance Minister, this expected growth is conditional. It will require the collaboration and cooperation of all stakeholders, including all of us here in the House, to drive and maintain the momentum that will achieve this 2.5% growth. My contribution to this goal is the need for us to also start reviewing our systems, our processes, to improve on the management of our national resources. God has blessed our country with the abundance of natural resources, but it seems that we have recklessly managed their utilization to benefit us. I can say that the poor management of our natural resources, which covers our rainforest, our minerals, our fish, is eminent, which has led to a financial and economic crisis. Dr. Miles Monroe, who is a world preacher and teacher, says about management, and I quote, "Anything that you mismanage, you lose," end of quote. Deriving from that deep statement, say, when we mismanage our natural resources, we will lose them. When we mismanage our finances, we will lose them. When we mismanage our economy, we will lose its growth. It therefore holds that mismanagement leads to crisis. And the only way to rectify the crisis is by management. Dr. Miles also even go on to say that God will not give you what you prayed for, but will rather give you what you can manage. This one I'm deeply better speaker. This was a revelation. And I have been thinking all along, when I'm from a Christian country, you need to pray all over for prosperity, progress, but even we never achieve them. Revelation now come with Father, speaker. Me just that me this answer. That is not by prayer, Mr. Speaker, but it's by management that we achieve these things. There are things that we pray for. Don't take me wrong, Speaker. But there are things that we pray for which we cannot manage. And this one of spiritual realm now. But for things we can manage, it's not by prayer to achieve them. It's by management. So we don't pray for money. We don't pray for prosperity. We work for them, Speaker. So that's our understanding of putting here. Sadly say, this management problem or maladministration or corruption is prevalent across all sectors of the economy and is more evident in the mining and the forestry sectors. This is a serious matter of concern that needs urgent correction measures now. We just hope that the new mining and forestry bills will provide some of the answers that the way out of this precarious situation that continue to deprive our nation from the benefits and growth we deserve. Consequently, say that legislative reviews of all our laws structures, and management system are therefore significant and necessary to improve on them as the way forward. On exception C, I applaud the Minister of Finance to finally coming out clear and strong to take action in this area of financial leakage. We all know that this form of leakage is not new. It has been in existence for quite a while and is as old as grave. But I appreciate him too on the fact that he also understands the nature of a constitutional request in this regard. On taxation say, while I appreciate and acknowledge the effort of the government in using this monetary policy tool to raise public revenue, caution should be taken not to negatively impact on consumer income. Me raising this one, Speaker, in relation to plant new tax where government planning on pollution. That one is good, but some caution no more me try to look to no but me impact too much na low income lot consumers low you and the people be directly impacted too much now the taxi and bus owners are not. I think but ship too ship owners. So that no caution no more me state income layer Speaker, because the high taxation of consumer income or any action that will directly or indirectly strain on consumer income will result in the diminishing of consumer purchasing power, thus leading to diminishing of aggregate demand, which therefore will affect the aggregate supply and eventually the GDP negatively. On the state or the federal government system say, I'm not sure if I truly understand this, but I think most provinces are not ready yet for this, except perhaps two provinces of Western and Kodakana. I follow Makira no ready too, unless if Kawan Memlaka me follow Johnny said, come on then, provided me follow with them one for international seaport, one for international airport, and several industries or services. Before me first, I'm ready for joining the state government. So on trade and investment, these areas are among the key crucial ingredients for economic development and growth. In this area, the establishment of the special economic zones in the country is also a pivotal pathway contained in the policy directions of the government to boost investment and trade. The government in this regard has shown its commitment by preparing to bring into this House the Special Economic Zone Bill as part of its 100 days priority policy programs. The bill aims to attract and lure foreign investments into the country by offering incentive packages to the investors who operate out from this zone. This, if happens, should help us generate new foreign earnings and the creation of new employment opportunities for the country. This, while in trade, I also applaud our Prime Minister for pushing for a non-reciprocal trade arrangement with China. And me appreciate the law intervention, me mentioning about the trade protocols where we send with China to include some of the products by Mr. Deal exporting to China, like cocoa and coffee and several marine products like seaweed. Perhaps the Prime Minister in his future protocols try to cocoa to say, copra, said to look at trade protocols in the future. And reef fish, for example. So on the rural economy, my constituency is comparatively small compared to others. And we lack the resources that are as present in the other bigger constituencies to attract huge investment to contribute meaningfully to the national economy. What we continue to contribute to the national economy with, however, is copra, though small it may be. Nevertheless, as not all is gloomy for our economic outlook, as stated by the Finance Minister, so it is also for my constituency. We have a commercial project that is still in the pipeline that if implemented should boost the constituency economy and contribute in a larger scale or on a larger scale to the national economy simultaneously. This is on our mineral water project. Our spring water sample has been sent in 2022 to Australia and Europe or Czech Republic for lab testing. The results were sent back and we got the international certification and verification that the quality of our spring water is second to the Fiji water. It's second in world standing and in rating to the Fiji water. The report is currently with the Ministry of Commerce, and already 3 investors overseas are showing interest, and this will be further pursued this year. Here on rural electrification, I thank the government for this rural electrification program, though not much has been done in the sector yet, as we know it. My constituency, however, has taken the initiative to go ahead with this program by using hydropower. We commenced this project in 2017 and work is still continuing. Due to the ongoing cash flow problem of the government since the pandemic, this also affected our constituency grants. Thus, we only managed to provide power to 1/4 of the island of Ulawa to date. Work will continue this year, and this project is our internet for our 2 main islands of Ulawa and Nuki, which make up our constituency. Thus, we will also be seeking support from the government and net donors going forward. Here on infrastructure, I appreciate and acknowledge immensely this government and previous governments and members who supported our constituency with a number of national projects. Today, the island of Ulawa, I'm proud to say, is blessed with a ring road, good ring road, a wharf and an airport. Ugi Island, on the other hand, is also blessed with a wharf and is looking forward to the construction of its new ring road, which the government and the people of PRC, or People's Republic of China, have agreed to fund under its Silk Road and Belt Initiative program. For this, I sincerely would like to thank the good people and the government of the People's Republic of China for their wonderful gesture of kindness and friendship on behalf of our constituency. This for a program, this for a ring road project, I mean, and part of one for or part of the MOION where him and with China, and this for Ugi Road, I mean, inside of schedule where this for our Kitaro ceiling and come inside with them to this for Kira warfare. So what I'm left is before Ugi Road, and I'm need for started because the Auki ceiling of project and Kira warfare start finish this year now. I'm start finish. Only the Ugi Road and now I'm not started. So we expect that this should start very soon this year. Kasi Lokoila is also a huge gift for my people, but the government I would like to make mention of. My people will continue to be over grateful, will continue to be ever grateful for this government, for the government for this great gift. This is in contrary to what my political oppositions and opponents have accused us of. The evidence is clear and obvious. Everything clear now. The shipping grant scheme will be rare. What we mean is simply finished now. And meanwhile, people will follow continue to be grateful for the government. This government, the previous government, is just shipping grant, very rare. After COVID-19 happened, cash flow government is not good now. And even by how long time take before government is reviving back this shipping grant scheme. So we consider ourselves as very fortunate before being able to get them this grant beforehand. In conclusion, I wish to take this moment before I resume my seat to thank my people of the constituency. I thank my peace-loving people of Ulawa and Nubi for participating in the last general elections. My message is, despite however, to them is despite whoever you vote for, we must continue to remain united to allow our development plans and programs to continue. To God be the glory, great things He has done, and He will continue to do for us. So I wish to end with this important message from our Lord Jesus. This is what Jesus said when concluding His parable teaching about the shrewd manager on the subject of management principles, and I quote, "For those who can manage, more will be given to them. But for those who cannot manage, even the little they have will be taken away from them." End quote. Mr. Speaker, this is a deep message and warning for you here. I recommend we reflect on this message now, and relate it to how we have been managing the resources and the affairs of our country since we gained our independence. For what we gain is only our political independence. We have not gained our economic independence yet. So we must now manage wisely, starting from today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Ulawaugi. We'll now ask the Honourable Prime Minister to wind up the debate on the motion of Sine-Die. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, sir, let me take this opportunity to thank those members of Parliament who have contributed to the debate on this motion of Sine-Die. It's quite pleasing to note the encouraging level of constructive debate displayed during the last few days. However, I would like to remind colleagues of this August House to also seriously research facts also before taking the floor. We owe it to our people to provide them with proper facts rather than merely repeating information obtained along the roadside. Our people are listening, and they too demand that we show maturity and professionalism by properly assessing information before making public statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, having listened to the debate by my colleagues in this House, I notice the themes are common through our debates. The issues canvassed ranges from economics and trade, the financial situation, security, social and economic infrastructure, rural and constituency development, federalism, parliamentary autonomy, of course, administration of government machinery. On the economy, let me first of all acknowledge the important update that has been provided by our Minister of Finance and Treasury at the beginning of the debate, and the measures that the government, through his ministry, are now taking in view of the challenges that we are facing in terms of the economy. And I also note that a good number of colleagues have commented and have made observations in terms of the update that was provided by the Minister of Finance and Treasury. As he said, not all is doom and gloomy, so I would like to thank him for the spirit of optimism and hope that he has also expressed despite the challenges that we are facing. But, Mr. Speaker, the most common matter, I guess, that has been debated is the decision by the government to take back ownership of Lever Solomon Limited, as well as other issues such as the Pacific Games and our economy in general. So let me take this opportunity to respond to the comments relating to issues raised on the Lever Solomon Limited, LSL, and Russell Islands Plantation Estate Limited, REPEL. And I would like to thank members who have raised their observations, their points of concern on this matter, including the MP for Central Honiara and others. But also this morning or early this afternoon, we heard the Minister for Traditional Governance and Peace and Reconciliation and the MP for North East Warakano talking passionately on this matter and supporting the decision that has been taken by the government. Mr. Speaker, the situation that we are now in regarding RIPEL and LSL has its genesis pre-independence. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I want to make it very clear that contrary to the assertions, the government is not trying to bail out Wyoming, Wong, or even Lavicol. It is trying to retain the ownership of the LSL and RIPEL estates to the hands of Solomon Islanders that own them. So, Speaker, the proposed buyback of the LSL and RIPEL estates is not a bailout, as the member for Central Honera said. We are addressing this issue as an investment in the long-term peace and security of this country that will set the foundation for long-term economic development. Say this is a national issue that affects our people, specifically the people of Guadalcanal, Russell Islands, and the former workers who are still residing in Russell Islands to this day. RIPEL and LSL no longer have any intention of dealing with them. These people, say, are Solomon Islanders, and if RIPEL and LSL do not address their issues, who will do it? So, Speaker, it is on this note that I would like to register my deep disappointment that none of the speakers who raised this issue touch on the request, of course, with the exception of the MP of East Guadalcanal, touch on the request of the people of Guadalcanal to return their lands. We acknowledge the people of Guadalcanal through their ancestors past, present, and future, but yet we do not recognize their request. The Speaker said this government will not be remembered as a government that ignored this request. None of the speakers who spoke on the LSL acknowledged that those lands were forcefully removed from them by the colonial masters, simply because those lands were not inhabited. Those lands are now under the control of a foreign entity that owns 75.1% of Leeward Solomon Islands and 24.9% being owned by Lavicol people. Guadalcanal people do not even own a share. If the government owns 75% of LSL, ownership is much closer to the people of Guadalcanal, and we can work towards a partnership with Guadalcanal province acquiring shares as well. So it is no secret the LSL is selling land in Guadalcanal province. People are moving into building on these lands as we speak now. The Commission of Lands has begun the process of forfeiting some of the lands the LSL has, but LSL has taken the matter to court. The court process takes time and is expensive. However, the people of Guadalcanal is calling on the government to address the issue now. What we have is a situation where a company representing Lavicol in Russell Islands and two foreign companies are selling land on Guadalcanal. This does not sit very well with our brothers and sisters from Guadalcanal, even though LSL have the FTAs. This approach by the government is part of a long-term objective of land restitution policy, where we will make sure the customary landowners who have their lands alienated be able to enjoy some benefits from these lands in perpetuity. Say, if we don't act now, can you tell us who will? What have successive governments done? DCGA and GNAT have decided to do something about it and listen to the calls by our people of Guadalcanal and Russell Islands. So, Speaker, all of us are trying to right the wrongs that have been done by those who have come before us. These are historical wrongs that, if not corrected, will cost the country more than the 140 million proposed to settle this issue finally. Mr. Speaker, it costs SPD 140 million today. If we address this 10 years down the road, what would it cost us? Is this not a security issue? The government would be negligent if we sweep this under the carpet or put it in the too hard basket for some other government in the future to deal with. Member for Central Honiara knows this well, and I thank him for sharing his views on this matter. Actually, he was the Prime Minister when the Central Bank of Solomon Islands refused to release 24 million to Mr. Wong in 2012, a decision that Mr. Wong accused the MP for Central Honiara as instigating. He knows the matter very well.
Point of order.
To make a clarification?
Not clarification, but just stating the facts right on the issue of the 24 million that the Prime Minister is referring to. The Central Bank of Solomon did not refuse the payment of that 24 million. In fact, the applicant that the government then decided to grant that 24 million did not show any evidence through the Exchange Control Act. And so I think Prime Minister, you better put in facts play right on that one. Central Bank did not refuse it. It is the other party that did not prove that they have the approval in the first place to have charge over the assets in Solomon Islands in raising that funds in the overseas financial institution. I think that has to be the fact that Prime Minister, you must understand.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Central Honiara. When you raise a point of order, you make a reference to which order you are raising, and then the Speaker should then therefore afford you that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't have a standing order of Fran Blomi this time.
Yeah, so
I know that standing order in relation to matters to be raised here must be factual. So, me living you and I seek an apology for not quoting that particular provision, but it has to be factual, and I'm asking that the Prime Minister must retract from the very wrong information that I'm blaming the Central Bank.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You have not breached any standing order, otherwise no order allows you to stand on that, and you must specifically refer to a standing order. Therefore, I will ask the Prime Minister now to continue his conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note the comments raised by the MP for Central. Mr. Speaker, one of the skills of leadership is to learn how to listen. I will come to the point that he has made in terms of the evidence in a very short while. Say actually around 2010 and 2011, the Nicaragua government made an effort to try and settle this issue. The consequence was the execution of the deed of the partial discharge, compromise and settlement on 26 August 2011, when the current MP for Central Honiara was also against. And I quote, in terms of that report, the purpose of the deed was to enable Solomon Islands government to acquire fixed-term estates in the lands, plantations and assets from Lever Solomons Limited, and the business carried on by Repel. Two mortgages were also parties to the deed, namely Pacific Finance Limited, a mortgagee, and the Cross Pacific Trading Limited. These mortgages hold registered fixed and floating company charge over assets of Repel and Lever Solomon Limited, registered on 17th and 23rd December 2002. The consideration amount agreed upon was $3,250,000 in the deed of settlement. End of quote. It was alleged that Pacific Finance Limited and Cross Trading Limited had fixed and floating charges over assets held by Lever Solomons Limited and Repel. Lever Solomons Limited and Repel were not able to pay off this debt, so they sought the assistance of the Solomon Islands government. The amount of USD $3,250,000 was supposed to be paid out from the Solomon Islands government account, the Central Bank of Solomon Islands, CBSI. However, CBSI refused to release this money overseas. CBSI demanded to see evidence or remittance made by the mortgagee before it can release the said money. The mortgagees were not able to produce such evidence. As such, their accountant and director of Repel, Colin Morris Jones, made a statutory declaration that a total of SBD $32,762,177.55 was remitted to Solomon Islands by the mortgages. CBSI, however, was not satisfied with the statutory declaration, basing its decision on the exchange control, foreign exchange regulations, and refused to transfer the money to the bank account of Cross Pacific Trading Limited in Avarua, Rarotonga, Cook Islands. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think this was what the member for Central Honiara meant when he said that there must be evidence produced to show that Wong Environment spent money on Repel and LSL. Let me make it clear that I share the same sentiments raised by the member for Central Honiara. However, I feel that this is a matter that must be understood within the context of historical wrongs, present dilemmas, and future implications. Let me take us back a bit for us to better appreciate the situation. Leavers Plantation Limited was incorporated on the 13th of December 1975, and it was a private company limited by shares. On 29th January 1980, Leavers Plantation Limited, with the approval of the Minister of Finance then, changed its name to Leavers Solomons Limited, and by 5th February 1980, Leavers Plantation Limited had changed its name to Leavers Solomons Limited, and with a new shareholding arrangement. By 1990, the shareholders of Leavers Solomons Limited was Leavers Solomon Pty Limited, holding 60%, and Investment Corporation of Solomon Islands, ICSI, holding the other 40% on behalf of the Solomon Islands government. In 1994, Unilevers wanted to sell its shares in LSL. This is the 60% that Leavers Plantation Pty Limited held in LSL. In 1995, the National Parliament of Solomon Islands amended the Commodities Export Marketing Authority Act to allow SEMA to acquire shares in companies. In that same year, the Minister of Commerce then exercised his power under the SEMA Act and make an order, which is the Commodities Export Marketing Authority, Russell Islands Plantation Estates Limited Incorporation Order. The order states that, and I quote, "The Commodities Export Marketing Authority is hereby authorized to hold shares in Russell Islands Plantation Estates Limited, a company to be incorporated for the purpose of acquiring all the issued share capital in Leavers Solomon Limited," end of quote. This order was dated 20th February 1995. Repel was incorporated on that same day, 20th February 1995. Its shareholders were 1. SEMA Holdings Limited, who owns 87.5% ordinary shares. Classic Design Limited Holding, 7.5% ordinary shares. And Isabel Development Authority, 5% shares. Repel then acquired the shares of both Leavers Plantation Limited and Pty Limited and ICSI. The net effect is that LSL is a subsidiary of Repel, since Repel held 100% shares in LSL. The Speaker said, as you can see, Repel was the operational company that operated the plantations, and SEMA was the major shareholder in that Repel. LSL is the company that holds the FTE and is a subsidiary of Repel. On 7th September 2001, a petition was filed in the High Court for the winding up of Repel by Mobil Oil Australia Pty Limited, Mobil Australia. On the same date, a notice of motion for the appointment of a provisional liquidator was filed, and the High Court appointed Mr. Wayne Ferris Morris as the provisional liquidator. This was a consequence of Ripple not being able to pay up its debt to Mobile Australia. Prior to this, Ripple had been experiencing financial problems, mainly not being able to pay up its creditors. On 14 September 2001, the provisional liquidator produced a report for the first meeting of the creditors. And I quote, "According to Mr. Morris' report, the operations had been badly affected by the company's inability to pay its workers and by falling copra or coconut oil prices. At the time of appointment, Mr. Morris' employees had not been paid their August wages. He has been able to receive a grant of funds from SEMA to enable the August wages to be paid, together with sale of copra and copra meal. Mr. Morris says that production has been spasmodic, with insufficient funds being available to continue production. To date, he has been able to keep things going from whatever funds he can get his hands on. The situation on the ground obviously is very unsatisfactory, unstable and volatile." End of quote. There were a number of creditors. The number of creditors can be summarized as follows. Secured creditors, $1,587,243.27. Preferential creditors, $3,606,266. Priority creditors, $600,002. Unsecured creditors, $25,955,253.01. On or about 30 May 2002, 4 scheme proposals were submitted to the creditors for their consideration. The 4 scheme proposals were submitted by Black Gold, Mantaranka, Elan Trading, and International Comtrade and Shipping Limited, ICSL. At the meeting convened by the provisional liquidator for the creditors on 17 June 2002, the creditors voted in favor of International Comtrade and Shipping Limited proposal. On 26 September 2002, Mr. Speaker, another meeting was held to determine if members of Ripple and its creditors approved the scheme of arrangement or not. The scheme of arrangement was approved in that meeting. It was pointed out to the court that a number of creditors had the ability to vote against the scheme and defeat it, but they did not vote. These creditors include SEMA, Inland Revenue, and the provisional liquidator. The court observed that, and I quote, "Had any of them voted against the scheme, the requisite majority would not have been achieved." End of quote. It appears that SEMA was no longer needed to be part of the new Ripple. This may be due to the move for SEMA to concentrate more on its regulatory function and to prioritize its commercial entities back then. The scheme of arrangement was sanctioned by the High Court on 23 October 2002. The court summarized the scheme of arrangement as purposely to restructure Ripple so that it could remain afloat, but at the same time, it tried to balance the various interests of all parties as reflected in the shareholding arrangement. The new shareholding arrangement under Ripple at that time were Russell Islanders landowners 24.9%. Provincial government, I understand this is a central provincial government, at 20%. Workers and staff schemes, 20%. Solomon government, 20%. The investor, that is ICSL or nominee, 15.1%. Say, under the scheme of arrangement, ICSL and Ripple proposed to make payments into the scheme fund. This fund is administered by the professional liquidator backed up by guarantee of Patrick Shang Wong and Willem John Van Wilmen. The scheme shall be used to pay off creditors through International Comrade and Shipping Limited, Vanuatu, though International Comrade and Shipping Limited, Vanuatu does not command the majority of shares, this arrangement puts International Comrade and Shipping Limited, Vanuatu, in the driver's seat, since on the face of it, they are the ones putting money on the line to pay Repel's creditors. The scheme of arrangement, the commencement of the scheme and appointment of the scheme administrator is made conditional upon: 1, approval being granted by the Foreign Investment Board of Solomon Islands. 2nd, an export license is granted to Repel. 3rdly, ICSL to have majority share representation on the board of Repel. 4th, a long-term lease is granted on fair and reasonable terms over the land used by Repel on Russell Islands. And 5thly, the ICSL agrees by deed that it will not participate in any distribution of the funds under the scheme. Mr. Speaker, the scheme allows the above conditions to be fulfilled within 60 days, or the scheme shall be null and void and of no legal effect. Clause 18 of the scheme of arrangement provides for the termination of the scheme where the arrangement achieves purpose. International Comtrade and Shipping Limited, Vanuatu, nominated International Comtrade and Shipping Limited, Solomon Islands, to hold its shares in Repel. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a brief on how Repel was formed and later restructured. Mr. Speaker, sir, Repel became non-operational when former workers of Repel revolted against Repel in 2004, which resulted in the RSIPF and Ramsey personnel being sent to Russell Islands to quell the unrest. These issues remain unresolved to this day. It is now 20 years since the industrial dispute, started, which brought all the other issues to the fore. The Speaker said, as you can see, it is fair to say that the interest in Repel, when it was liquidated, was never to operate it, but rather to acquire LSL, because it is LSL that have assets, which is the FTEs that it currently holds. Looking back, this is clear, but I guess this was not very clear back then. Sir, so what happened to LSL during and after the scheme of arrangement? The Speaker said, as was discussed, LSL was a subsidiary of Repel, leading up to the scheme of arrangement. However, it was restructured and eventually ended up with only 2 shareholders. These are International Comtrade and Shipping Limited and Lavocol Investment Company Limited. This means that LSL is no longer a subsidiary of Repel, but is now a separate company altogether. As one can see, Lever Solomons Limited has mutated over the years with different shareholders. Therefore, Lever Solomons Limited can generally be categorized into 3 different forms and periods. From 1980 to 1994, we can call this the Unilever era. This was the Lever Solomons Limited that had Lever's Plantation Limited and Solomon Islands government as its shareholders. Then we have the 1995 to 2002 period. We can call this the SEMA era. This was the Lever Solomon Limited that had Repel as its shareholder, with SEMA being the majority shareholder in Repel. That is Repel acting as the commercial arm of SEMA. This was the Lever Solomons Limited that was a subsidiary of Repel. The third period, 2002 to 2017, ICSL era. This is the Lever Solomon Limited that was formed after the scheme of arrangement. It was mutated over the years to its current form with ICSL and Lavocol as its shareholders, with 2 foreign companies holding shares in ICSL, Lever Solomon ceased to be a subsidiary of Ripple. Though there were different shareholders over this period, the only thing that remained constant was LSL still holds the FTE over the lands in Guadalcanal and Russell Islands. Mr. Speaker, now having outlined the above, I would like to reiterate once again that the government is not bailing out any shareholder or any foreign company. Mr. Speaker, the government is ultimately regaining control over Lever Solomon Limited. This is being achieved by setting the creditors in the parent companies of LSL. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of options that the government can pursue to achieve this purpose. The government could also buy out the lands from LSL, or the government could also buy out LSL. The government has also commenced compulsory acquisitions of certain lands in LSL on Guadalcanal. However, Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate that the government must pay compensation for all lands acquired by means of compulsory acquisition, and compensation is by way of current market value. In the ownership structure of LSL, as I alluded to earlier, 75.1% is owned by ICSL. LSL is owned by International Comtrade and Shipping Limited, Solomons Limited, ICCL, that is 75.1%, and Lavukol Investment Company Limited, 24.9%. ICSL is owned equally by Mr. Willem van Wymen and Mr. Patrick Wong through their companies, Pacific Investment Limited, PRL, and Overseas Shipping Trading and Investment Limited, OSTI, respectively. Wyman and Wong jointly own several other entities on a 50-50 basis, JV entities. So, by settling creditors in Australia, SIG will own and gain control of Pacific Investment Limited, PRL, and Overseas Shipping Trading and Investment Limited, OSTI, and in turn own 75.1% of LSL. So, the facts have been clearly stated by the government in its press conference and press releases. The total valuation of the unimproved value of the land in Russell and Guadalcanal is 200 million and 700 million respectively. The question that is being asked, that is being also asked here, is ultimately, what will happen to Lavukol Investment Company Limited? The shares of LICL will not be affected. The end product would see SIG and LICL as partners. Mr. Speaker, there is also the option of purchasing LICL's shares if government intends to pursue 100% ownership of LSL. However, that would not be possible if LICL wishes to sell its shares, but as stated above, that is not the intention of the government. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the other matters that have been raised during the debate. The first one is on the Pacific Games update after the Games, and I do thank members from both sides of the House, especially my good friend, the MP for Small Maleta, who is not here, for their comments on the Pacific Games, specifically in relation to the full utilization of the sporting facilities, the outstanding payments to be settled, the handing over of other non-financial assets, the audit report, and the winding up of the National Hosting Authority. And I would like to thank the Minister for Home Affairs who spoke earlier. He has also covered some of these aspects in terms of the handing over and utilization of those facilities. And as he has said, on the 1st of May this year, the former Prime Minister and Minister of Pacific Games handed over to the National Sports Council a number of sporting facilities that the Minister had already alluded to in his earlier statement, and I won't repeat that. From the 1st of May this year, the National Sports Council took on the responsibility to plan for the use and maintenance of these facilities. The requirements passed on through cabinet decisions was that facilities should be open for use to members of the public, and the fees charged should not be prohibitive to ensure access and the use of the facilities. On the eastern end, sports facilities, the requirement was that KG6 school, who had sacrificed the most to Pacific Games 2023, must be accorded preferential access to the facilities, and that any profits generated by the National Sports Council on the use of the facilities must be shared 50-50 between NSC and KG6 school. So the National Sports Council had already commenced the planning for the utilization of the facilities that had been handed over to them. The rest of the non-financial assets will be handed over by the National Hosting Authority soon. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the status of payment to all contractors engaged by the National Hosting Authority through the Games Organizing Committee to deliver the Games, I'm happy to inform this Honourable House as follows. 98.7% of the total value of all Pacific Games 2023 contracts, this of about $512,116,378.38 has been settled. The amount already paid to all contractors is $505,464,874.84 out of the total contract value. The remaining 1.3% of the total contract value of $6,651,503.54 comprise the retention value of just under 100 remaining contracts that are being settled as the retention conditions are met. The total value is committed and will be fully paid when they meet the retention conditions. There are 3 ongoing projects totaling $3.2 million that are being progressed. In addition, the National Hosting Authority is still considering whether or not to acquire all remaining portable loose, 2 water trucks and 2 tank sewage trucks as legacy. The addition will be based on the National Hosting Authority's financial capacity. Mr. Speaker, the payments to contractors have been slow due to the verification process, as the Games Organizing Committee, who developed and executed the contracts, de-established itself immediately after the Games. It had taken considerable time for the National Hosting Authority to follow through the procurement documentation to verify all contracts before settling final payments to ensure they comply with our financial management requirements. Mr. Speaker, I'm however very happy that 98.7%, as I've said, of the total contract value had been cleared and settled, and the rest will be paid progressively as their retention conditions are met. So, the audit of the 2023 Pacific Games comes under the oversight of the Office of the Auditor General. The audit covers the 5-year period from 2019 through to 2023. It will also include the audit of the period in 2024 when the National Hosting Authority is also still operating. The Office of the Auditor General has contracted KPMG, a professional services firm based in Fiji, to conduct the Pacific Games 2023 audit report. So in terms of winding up of the National Hosting Authority, let me also inform that the Pacific Games 2023 Act 2017 does not prescribe a closing date for the National Hosting Authority. The key requirements to the National Hosting Authority prior to its winding up are: 1, the completion of the handing over of all non-financial assets to relevant authorities nominated in the Act and or as determined by the NHA Board, where the assets and their purpose do not fall under the mandated functions of the nominated entities. Secondly, the completion of the 2023 audit and narrative reports and their tabling to Parliament by the Minister for the 2023 Pacific Games, the Honourable Prime Minister. So, Speaker, both these critical elements are still progressing. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the floor of this Honourable House the excellent work that the National Hosting Authority and its constituent bodies, the Games Organizing Committee, the Games Facilities Committee, and the Games High Performance Committee have done to successfully deliver the largest and most successful Pacific Games ever. They have put our country on the regional and global map. I make a special commendation of the NHA board in that it had ensured prudent management of resources to achieve a 98.7% payment of the total value of all Pacific Games 2023 contracts to date, and has also ensured the funding for the outstanding 1.3% is already available and to be paid as retention conditions are met. Mr. Speaker, compared to the experiences of FOPA that still has debts up to present day, it looks like the National Hosting Authority Board and the Pacific Games 2023 will leave no debts behind. Mr. Speaker, let me now attend briefly to the 100 Days program document which was launched last Wednesday and contains several key initiatives aimed at addressing pressing issues in our nation. Let me outline just a few, because a number of ministers who have taken the floor to speak, they have already made reference to some of the initiatives that their ministries will be pursuing in the next 100 days, as well as matters that are covered in the policy statement. But, Mr. Speaker, let me also remind the House that, and as others have already alluded to, the global pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war has affected global demands and supply chains, which resulted in the global economy slowing down. The price of key goods such as fuel has skyrocketed during those times. We all feel the pinch when the price of fuel in Honiara reached an all-time high. The Minister of Planning and Development Coordination did raise this point this morning as well. But, Mr. Speaker, I note that their honourable colleagues in this House have decided to brush aside during their contribution to the motion as if all was well during those hard times. The truth is that the economy felt the pinch, and small island developing states such as ours, with a narrow economic base, isolated and far from major markets, suffer the most. In our case, the economy has decelerated from 1.7% growth in 2019 to negative 3.5% real growth in 2020, according to IMF data. So let's also not forget, in addition, the November 2021 riots resulted in the loss of SBD 800 million in government tax revenues. The economy, as we know, is slowly and steadily recovering, but given the country's annual population growth of approximately 2.4%, the need to fast-track recovery to reach the pre-pandemic level and accelerate growth is critical. The GNAT is steadfast in its commitment to progress key reforms and investments to support growth. And as I've alluded to earlier, the immediate economic measures, and as part of the 100-day program, has already been outlined by our Minister of Finance and Treasury. On infrastructure development, there is a huge gap in the level of infrastructure required to support growth. The GNAT will progress critical economic infrastructure projects to enhance connectivity, support economic activities, and improve living conditions. Earlier, we heard from the Minister of Communication and Aviation in terms of connectivity, the broadband towers project that will be concluded by end of next year. And once that is done, we should move the percentage of connectivity from 40% of our population to about 80% of our population. We've also heard, Mr. Speaker, sir, finally during the debate, observations, comments on anti-corruption, the measures that we need to take. The government will ensure we get local and international support for anti-corruption flagship institution. So we are cognizant of the need for resourcing in terms of this important office. We've also heard colleagues speaking in terms of the free trade arrangements that we have, not only with the non-reciprocal trade arrangement we have with PRC as an LDC, but also other regional and sub-regional in terms of the MSG, the PACER Plus, the PICTA, and of course our arrangements with the European Union and UK in terms of the EPA arrangements. We've also heard that as much as we need to utilize these market access arrangements, I think the challenges with us still remain in terms of addressing the supply-side constraints to trade, and that includes the actual economic infrastructure, both hard and soft. So these are challenges that, as a government, we are keen to address going forward, Mr. Speaker. We've also heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who talked on, in terms of trade, he outlined these arrangements, including the need for a trade laboratory that will help in terms of our exports. Also on labour mobility, we continue to appreciate the opportunities that Australia and New Zealand provides for our people. It is a scheme that is demand-driven, depending on the requests that come from employers. But it is a win-win scheme. There is more that we can do. The MP for Small Malaita did highlight the need to address social problems facing our workers there. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they have arrangements in place. We have people in Australia and New Zealand who handles pastoral care, for that matter, in terms of helping our workers. But all of us agree the real task of creating jobs and income is in country, going forward. So that is the challenge that we as a government, that as a country, will focus on. And the focus area will be on the productive sector, as we all agree on that. We've also had speakers on renewable energy. That is a very important priority for the government. We will develop a national renewable energy roadmap, emphasizing our commitment to transforming the energy sector and to explore the potential for green energy, especially for our provinces, for rural areas, for our provincial headquarters, that will create growth and economic activity in our provinces. We've also listened to observations and comments on federalism, and work is currently underway by the Prime Minister's office in terms of the arrangements for the Constituent Assembly. This is critical, and we'll pursue that work going forward. The Speaker said, let me now conclude as the details of the 100 days program, the policy statement, and the translation document. The Governor General will outline those in his speech from the throne. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity once again to thank you for the skillful manner with which you have guided our deliberations during the past week until now. Let me also once again acknowledge all those who have participated, all those who have contributed to the debate, on both sides of the House, including newly elected MPs, but also not all ones, not all here, but I mean continuing MPs. Yeah, so we appreciate the interventions that you have made, especially my ministers. You have taken time to outline your priorities for your constituencies, but also as a ministry, I'm glad you have taken the opportunity to also outline some of those activities. So Speaker, sir, with those remarks, yesterday we had a very important induction service, a church service, and I think the message there was very clear, the need for us to work together as a country and as leaders. I think the message was on servant leadership, and I pray and hope that all of us will keep that in mind. That is servant leadership, it's the same as to lead is to serve. It hangs on our national motto, to lead is to serve. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I know that the induction program will start at 3:30, but with these remarks, I thank you and thank all colleagues for their contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, the question is that at the adjournment of Parliament on Monday, 17th June 2024, the present meeting shall be concluded and Parliament shall then stand adjourned sine-die. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is therefore passed. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament do not adjourn. Will those in favour, please say aye. All those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And according to the earlier resolution, Parliament is now adjourned sine die.